What is up, everybody? Morning. What up? What up? How's everybody? How is everybody? Still working on my voice. We're getting there. It's getting better. Slowly but surely. How we doing? How are we today? Today? Pretty big day. Tier list day. You know what I'm saying? Tier list day. What time is it for you today? It's 10:09 a.m. Supposed to be sleep. But I'm here for this. I'm ready. I am ready. It's going to be a good tier list. You know? Good tier list. Before we do that, I want to show you something. We have a new emote being uploaded. Is there a song request by any chance after this? No. No. No song request. Of course I went AFK when you started. So I saw you typing in, I got my boxing gloves on for this tier list. So sorry, I saw you typing in offline chat and I was hitting live, but my stream deck was acting up. After this tier list, what we doing? Mass Effect. Depending on how long this tier list goes. We playing some Mass Effect, you feel me? We got some Mass Effect to play. What was I saying? Oh. Alright, bet. A few of y'all still need to be faded up after the last two lists. Where is it? Let me see. Let me pull this up. So we have a new emote being uploaded. If you're curious, by the way, there's a way to play music on stream without it being picked up by VODs and clips while keeping your mic volume. No, I know. I'm just too lazy to. I'm gonna be honest with you. I know how to do it. I'm just too lazy. What the fuck? No sound request? I'm out of here. Unsub, unfollow. Well, you can't. I mean, look. I'm gonna be honest here. The policy is no refunds. So, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you there. Hydrate. Appreciate you. Before we start the tier list, I gotta make some tea too. Get my voice warmed up. You know what I'm saying? But song request is bad if people trolling, I understand. Yeah. Plus I don't have my two audio sources separated, so I just really don't feel like editing all those out. You know what I'm saying? Especially because I upload the VODs to YouTube, and YouTube's taking forever to process lately, so I just would rather avoid it. You know what I'm saying? We'll be sending Dream Bully videos. So, we have a new I assume you had Mixer, so it's an easier system. No, so here's the thing. I'm not really worried about it. I'm just lazy to do it. I just haven't done it. Like I don't mind it. And sometimes I've played copyrighted stuff. I don't usually care. But lately YouTube's been weird. My goal is to make Skratsx laugh during a hydrate so we can watch water shoot out of his nose one day. We'll see. We will see. But yeah, so we have a new emote. You all know Bean Man, right? You all know Bean Man. Comes through, wants a stream, redeems his fart, dips, the legendary Bean Man. So, Giga Chad Bean Man, yes sir. I went on Midjourney. I don't know if you know Midjourney. It's an AI art thing. And I typed in the prompt. Giga Chad emote. And a bean. And this is what we created. The Giga Chad bean. This will be our Bean Man emote. That is our emote for Bean Man. Giga Chad in a bean. Oh Lord, that's cursed. So when Bean Man comes through, whenever this is approved, this will be in the bean command. Giga Chad Bean. What is that? A respectable emote. Just get someone to animate this? My God, please no. No, this is what we're doing. This is the Giga Chad Bean. Respect the Giga Chad Bean. That For those like a bean experience psychedelics, exactly. You know what I'm saying? It's the Giga Chad bean. You know what I'm saying? So when bean comes through, I can't respect that. I apologize. Well, that's the bean. It's already being uploaded. You know, it's processing. I guess I must respect the Giga Chad bean. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. You have to. It is already here. That is the Giga Chad bean. You feel me? It's cursed. Oh, it's funny. You know?
Oh my guys are ballers. Oh my guys are ballers. Oh my.
You know? Had to. Let me see how it, where is it? Fewer rewards. I'm gonna terrorize hella streams with that emote. That's what we like to hear. That's what we like to hear. It is right here. Currently being uploaded. What's up, Scrap Pack? Sorry I'm late. I woke up late. Oh, you're good. You're good. You're good. No, I don't want to be involved in this. Let's get to the content. No, I'm not home for like 30 minutes. We doing tier lists already? No, not yet. Not yet, Beck. Let me know when you're home. Because we're also waiting for the doc. When the doc rolls through. You know? There's the Giga Bean. Right there. We're doing our daily conversation before the tier list. Exactly. You know? You know? Hi, everyone, by the way. Beck, have you seen our new emote for Bean Man? Look at it. It's our Giga Chad bean. You know? And so it's right there. It's going to be Giga Bean. The what bean? Giga Chad. Giga Chad bean. At least make the fucking Giga Chad normal. Yo, this is Mid-Journey. That shout out thing you posted is pretty cool, bro. I seen the TikTok for it. I would like some tender loving care today, please, because I had to separate a fight and was punched in the lip. Holy. Beck, are you okay? The Giga who? Bean. The Giga Bean. Wait, where did you make this emote? Mid-Journey. Do you know what that is? The AI? The AI art? I'll show you some of the other options it gave me. Oh, hold on. I'll show you some of the other ones. Can you send me a link? It's not a link. You have to add it to Discord. And you only have, so you have like a free thing. And then you have a, then you have to pay for it. But I'll show you some of the other renders it gave me. Let me find it. I'll download them all. I will download them all. I think I can send you the Discord for it, though. Let's see. Let's just open all these. So we started. I'll show you. Let me open this in browser. I'm going to take you down the journey it went through. Okay? Let me just open all these. Who we fading up? Kids. These motherfucking kids, bruh. These kids are bad as hell. They're just bad. What's up? What's up, Glitched? What's up? Had to mute you because kids came past, but hope you were suitably sympathetic. Oh, we were. We were. We're ready to rage against these fucking kids. You know? They're too bad. Okay. So I'm going to show you the options that the... So we started here, right? We started here. Okay? I'll fight parents too, you know. Exactly. So this is the Giga Chat emote, as you know. Can't wait to see the tier list progress. Like that scene in Step Brothers. We're waiting for you to get home, Beck. We're waiting for you. Where's my fucking belt? Yo, what's up, Billy? So we started with Giga Chat, right? And here are some options that it gave. This was, I don't know what happened here, right? It gave me these. You see what I'm saying? This is the one that we went with after showing the options. That's just worse. These are the other ones. These are the other ones. You know what I'm saying? How did it get worse? Or do we do, like, look at them, bro. Look at them. Look at them. Just look at them, bro. Like, what do we do? And so we went with the best one. Bean Man. You see what I'm saying? The one with the coffee mug that said Bean Man wasn't terrible. It's a fucking Bean Man. Exactly. So this is the one that we went with. But this doesn't make sense, right? This is just a dude holding a mug. That has nothing to do with, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, these don't make sense. These don't make sense. You see what I'm saying? Should have been a fart coming out of Bean. We tried. It just didn't work. For some reason, you can't put the word fart into Midjourney. Can y'all see the font? I can. I can see the font. No, so if you look in the chat, like, I can see it. I'll show you. You see the font right here? You can't see it on the screen, though, on, like, my screen. Thug life. Okay, so here's what, you know what? We can compromise here, okay? Here's what we could do. You can't on mobile? Here's what we do. Give me a prompt. Give me a prompt that will give us the best Giga Chad Bean emote. And we'll try it in Midjourney. All right? Give me a prompt. Let me make hold on. What's the original prompt? I think it was just Bean Man, to be honest with you. It was, so you take the Giga Chad emote, right? So I took the Giga Chad emote, link, and I put comma as a bean. Giga Bean? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Let's do Giga Chad. Oh, I have the Giga Chad. Okay, hold on. So I'm making a separate thing. Create channel. Bean that is a Giga Chad. Okay, hold on. Bean emote. Okay. So let me upload the Giga Chad thing in here. Hello? Discord? Please? Okay, I'm just going to have to do it this way. Hold on. Okay. So here we are. Why did it upload twice? So we have the Giga Chad emote, right? We copy the link. We go, imagine. So you want to try Bean, Giga Chad faced Bean. Okay, I'm going to start there. Now we wait. Okay? It will make it in a second. Skratsx throwing it back while a bean becomes a Giga Chad. Yeah, that is. So here we go. It is beginning. I didn't even use the image link for this, so we're going to see what it gives us. Giant bean with Giga Chad face. Okay, let's see. Oh, God. Here we go. We're at 31%. It's not looking good. The fuck am I looking at? It's rendering. We're at 46%. These are terrifying. Curse, did you see the original one that I was doing? That I said? It's like watching birth. We're at 78%. We're going. Bottom left looking like the moon from Zelda? It is. So look at what it's giving us, bro. Look at it. Look up animated bean. So this is our first try at it. Thoughts? Ew, I know, right? Okay, so I'll show you. So here's the goal. Here is the goal. The goal is to make one that looks better than this one. Okay? This is the original one. This is the original one that we have right now. So we need something to beat this one. Okay? Okay? This is the standard. How much does making an emo cost, man? No. I want Midjourney to do it. It's the principle. Okay. So let's look up animated bean. It's perfect, right? I thought that was perfect too. Giga Chad as a bean. Right? Okay. So, I feel like in looking up an animated bean, I'm a little offended for my Hispanic brothers and sisters. So, we doing like this bean? The Giga Chest, that's amazing. So, like this bean, right? Like this is the animated bean we want, right? Wow, okay. I'm definitely unfollowing by. Sure, okay. That wasn't me, Darko. That's all Google. Unless you want Mr. Bean. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So let's download it. Save it. Let's go back to the Discord. Let's upload it. I like the Hispanic bean. Okay. So here's what we do. We take this, copy the link, blend. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Bean, and where's the Giga Chad? Boom. I wish Bean was here. We need his input. So we have these two. We're blending them. Do we want it as a cartoon or just a photo? Animated Bean with a Giga Chad face. Okay. Wait, didn't I? No. Okay. So let's try the blend. I'm going to put... There we go. Let's see. And then we'll do / imagine prompt animated bean with... I'm going to copy this link. With as a face. There we go. Carton of milk? Did I put carton? I did put carton, didn't I? Whoops. So we're watching them be born. We are watching them. We are watching the process of birth. The bottom looks terrifying, doesn't it? If this is bad, I'm going to bed. This is a horror movie. What the fuck? Look. Like, this is content, right? Like, this is a fire YouTube video right here. Top left is great. This one. Do we do it? If Giga Chad made a horror movie, so do we like this one right here? Do we like that one? This is 78% done. The top left looks solid. Okay, this is at 93. And these are our other options. You know, what's Doc's full Twitch username? Dr. Schnuggums. It's Schnuggums. Oh my god, the Giga Chad in the bean looks magnificent. This one right here. You like this one? No, it's Schnuggums. It's here. I can spell it for you. I'm looking at it right now. Schnuggums. Yes. Okay. So now we will upscale it. So we good with that one? This one's better? This one's better? Okay. So it's this. So we like this better than this one. No, the other one's better. So which one? Do we vote? A or B? Original first one. So these two are the options here. Let Bean Man choose. We can. We can. Bro, the first one looks like a happy bean. They're both smiling. Either one I'm fine with. We must let Bean Man choose. Bet. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. Second one doesn't even look like a Chad, though. It kind of looks like Travis Kelce. a little bit, doesn't it? This one kind of looks like Travis Kelce a little bit. Whereas this one, like, you know, who's Travis Kelce? The tight end for the Chiefs? I see French Montana. This is why I'm here. It does look like Travis Kelce. See? Thanks, Phyllis. Looks like Jake Gyllenhaal or whatever the fuck his name is. Kind of. Phyllis, which one do you like better? This Bean Man emote or this Bean Man emote? Like we've got I see Jake too. Like we have options. Oh damn, they're both equally good, right? Yo, Gravity, thanks for the bits. Thank you. Like either one I'm fine with, you know? Cuz it's going to take Twitch forever to approve either one. So I'm good either way. Let's put them side by side. We have to do a side by side here. Open image in new tab. How about both? We can't do both. How do we do both? The longer bean is more bean looking. True. At least get both of them in a Discord server. Okay. Oh, we can do a Discord server vote. I'll upload them. I'll put them in the general. Regardless of which gets on Twitch. Okay, yeah, we can have both emotes in the Twitch server. Or combine them both and look at the results. Okay. I can respect that. Let's do it. Let me download that one. Let me download it. Let's combine them. Let's see what happens. Are we ready? First off, what kind of bean is bean? Because he can be either pinto or a coffee bean. Yo, that is a question I did not think about. I'll be honest with you. I did not think about that. Let me get the other image. I didn't think about that one. I'll be honest with you. Pinto because he needs it. Okay. I'm down with that. So we're going to do /blend. Then we're going to upload the images. Bean 1. Bean 2. Are we ready? Here we go. Now we will watch a new bean. Wait. Could not validate link. Try again later. Hold on. Damn it. 1 second. Hold on.
Ass and she jumped. I didn't say, yo, Kate, you lying bitch.
Yo, what's up? What's up, everybody? What's up? I see. What's up? How's it going? How you doing, Saul? How you doing, Lugate? What's up? Let's try this again. Blend. Did it? What is this? Is this a PNG? JF? Fucking hell. Okay, hold on. Let me convert this. Convert. I'm a coffee bean. My nickname was Bean for a little while because they say it the way I say coffee. Do you have an accent? Do you say coffee? How are you, Saul? Convert. Coffee? You do? That's so cool. I just say coffee, you know, the boring way. All right, we're converting the Bean Man image and then we'll blend it. You say coffee too, or you say coffee? Doing great. I'm so tired. I walked like 10 miles. What'd you get to see today? I just said, leave me alone. You must spell it how your accent sounds from now on. I agree. I say cafe. This is the JPEG, right? JPEG. And okay, here we go. Now we will watch as a new Bean Man is born. What the Hold on. Why is this sticking out? There we go. All right, now we'll watch as a new Bean Man is born. Here we go. Blend them. Coffee. Exactly. I saw Moogle Tunes. Did I say that right? Moogle? Muggle Tombs? How was it? Here we go. It's being born. Yo, Smacks! Thanks for the resub. Thanks. How are you? How are you, Smacks? How we feeling so far about this? Can you put Skratsx as the input, like an image of you throwing it back like crazy? No. 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 We can see what pops up if I just plug in my my name. Imagine Skratsx. And we'll see what it does. How are you, Cursed? How are you, Smacks? I'm well. What kind of eggplant is this? So here's what's going on. Do you know Bean Man? Bean Man comes through here once a stream. He redeems his fart sound and dips, right? So we had multiple emotes that we were thinking about, right? They didn't. So we started with this Giga Chad, right? Then we tried Giga Chad face bean. Then we tried combining the Giga Chad with this bean, giving us this bean, right?
Ass and she jumped. I was being fair. I didn't say, yo, Kate, you lying.
What do we think?
I don't believe.
This is what it gave us. This is our Giga Chad on a bean combined. What are we thinking? What are we thinking? Bottom right? Good. Which one? Top left or bottom right? So one of these. Hell yeah, then ends a full-blown fart. All of them are beautiful. Okay. So I saw these two. So U1, U4. Okay, so we have bottom. This is one, and this is one. Where's Bean Man? We need Bean Man. Bean Man, he's at work. He's at work for sure. Oh, and this is what came up when I typed my name in, for the record. Just at random. I still prefer the first one, though. Okay, let's see. Open in browser. Open in browser. So, okay, let me pull the first one up again. Nightbot, you fucking scam. Nightbot, man. Nightbot chooses when it wants to listen, to be honest. Oops. Okay. So here are our three options. Beanman number one. Now, Nightbot has to be subbed to you to display your emotes. Wow. That's a scam. So we have number one, number two, and number three. You know, these are our three options. Two, this one. Is this the one? One or two. Okay. One or two. That's our Giga Bean. That's our Bean Man emote. I'm cool with it. Either way, I'm cool with it because I think it's hilarious. One. Okay. We may have to do a vote. Do we have to vote? We do a vote? Okay, hold on. We're going to have to vote here. Do a poll? That's exactly what I was thinking. I have too many windows open. Holy tabs. Hold on. That's Steam. Stream Deck. We can close this one down now. So we got boom and boom. Let's. There we go. And this one will go. Damn it. There. Okay. Tier list. Oh, we're doing it. Yo, Skratsx, what's up, everybody? Yo, let me tell you about Killmonger here. Killmonger hit 50 followers last night. Killmonger played Hogwarts last night and got a raid, big raid, and killed it last night. I'm not going to lie. Shout out to Killmonger. Congratulations on 50 followers, my boy. The stream was awesome. We are pros at sidetracking. We are. All right. Running the poll. Hold on. Which emote? 1 or 2? There's the poll. Right here. Which emote? Vote and then tier list time. Followed you, gang. Appreciate the call. Follow Killmonger for real. Okay. Oh, shit. We are tied. We have a tie. We are pros at sidetracking, though. Okay. Okay. It looks like 2 has it. It looks like 2 has it. I'm your 55th follower. That's what we like to see. I'll be our beat, but I'll still say we leave it up to Bean Man. Okay, we'll still ask him. But it looks like 2 has it for now. Fuck 1 though. Okay, so it looks like this is our Bean Man emote. Okay, number 2. Thanks, brother. The love is real. You to go for sliding through. It was fun. It was fun for real. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. It was a good stream. Now, we all know what we're here for. Where's the where's the fucking window for it? We know what we're here for. Let's close all these beans. When did I follow you, Skratsx? You followed January 29th. Wow, Reg, you were early. You were early. Like less than 3 weeks. Yeah, OG. But we know what we're here for. We know what we're here for. You know, we're here for we're here for tier lists. And tier lists we have. We have our tier list. All right. Yo, what's up, Paya? Happy Friday. What's up, Payaso? How are you? Just in time for our tier list. Does someone know how to pin messages? I need to learn to pin one so we can pin the rules. So, the rules. As we know, how do we vote on said tier list? You can call me Max, no worries, bro. Okay, Max is easier. Thank you. How are you, Max? How are you? So, for this tier list, we have the following tiers. S, A, B, C, D, and a newly added F. Okay? We have never had just in case. But these are our tiers. Now, how do we vote? There should be a pinned comment icon in the comment section. I don't see it. Like, it told me to hover over the comment, but I just do not see it. Maybe I have to do it from the, let me see. F stands for fucking sake. Let me see if I could do it from my stream manager. Oh, I can. Okay, so I need to pin the rules. To vote, type the following. Okay, let me do it like this. Here's how to vote. 1 for S, 2 for A, 3 for B, 4 for C, 5 for D, 6 for F. And then let me pin that. Okay. So that's pinned. You can see it? Can you see it? So, like my pinned quote says right there. Okay? How you vote. You see it? Okay, perfect. How you vote? 1 for S, 2 for A, 3 for B, 4 for C, 5 for D, and 6 for F. Okay? You can only vote once. So if you mess up and you type the wrong number, it is what it is. Okay? It is what it is. Now, we have a good list here. You know, it could get a little heated, especially when the doc comes through, because I can tell you what emote won. I will show you. It was this one. This one right here. Number 2. Number 2. You know? Number 2 one. Peep the background. You see it. Little Zelda action here. But number 2 did. Now, I say we begin the tier list. Are we ready? I mess with it. I think both are cool, especially because they kind of combined it. Plus, that's gonna be a fire YouTube video. You know, Chat and Midjourney made a new emote. Hold on, I'll be back in a minute. Okay. I like that. I like that emote. I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. So, we have a good amount of restaurants here. We're going to wait for Reg to come back. He said he'll be back in 1 minute. I feel like there's some on here that could be controversial, you know? Like, I'm not ready. I need to grab some gloves when I'm ready to fight people. Okay, get your gloves ready. So I can tell you, Doc came through yesterday. He said he is not allowing McDonald's in the S tier. I'm just letting you know now. You know? Get me some too. Yeah, glove up. Glove up. Glove up. I can close this now. I can close this now. I can close that too. All right. Once Reg gets back, we start. We don't even have, it's not even like a super long list like last time. Where's Doc at anyway? I don't know. McDonald's is trash. Ooh. You with Doc? I don't know where Doc is. But you know, first of all, what the fuck is a Blimpie? It's a sub place. You know how I know it's a sub place? My football coach, McDonald's is good and bad at the same time. I could agree with that. I know because I had to run errands with my football team and my football coach back in high school. And he took us to Blimpies and he's like, you know all's right in the world when you get a Blimpie sub. It felt just like we were in some weird ass commercial, you know? And so that's how I know what it is. McDonald's is the best and one of the worst places to exist. But them nuggies are different. And them fries are hit or miss. If the fries are seasoned, they're good. If not, though, they're not good. Coach was hooked. Yeah, he was. Get fries with no salt. Ooh. They got to make them fresh. They do have to make them fresh. McDonald's is mid-tier. It ain't been S-tier since I was little. I can see that. I can see that. You know. We haven't even got to McDonald's. We got a ways to go before we get there. I'm trying to see what I think what I think is going to be you guys' S tiers. Like, I'm looking, and I know Glitched is all for Panda. He's tried to start a campaign in Discord earlier in the week. Yeah, but I would still fuck up a double quarter pounder and a McChicken. Yeah. I think I have a picture of why me and McDonald's aren't on good terms right now. Let me find it. I have a picture that shows exactly why we're not cool. Where the fuck is it? I take too many pictures on my phone, to be honest. When was it? I went the wrong way. Hold on, I'm gonna find it. All right, we fight. Panda is ass. Ooh, Glitch is not gonna be happy. You know, Glitch is not gonna be happy. You know, he was campaigning. Here's why. Let me hold on. Let me send it to my computer. Let me send this right to my computer. I'll just Google Drive it. See, there it is. I don't need gloves. I got a band hammer. You can get so much free food from McDonald's, it's not even funny. The fact it's literally poison is why I hate McDonald's. I'll show you why me and McDonald's aren't cool. Let me go to my Google Drive real quick. Let's pull this shit up. Did I download it? I did. Okay. Now let me close this tab and go back to the tier list. So, as Gravity said, sometimes you'll still order just a quarter pounder, right? And they gave me this. No bun. No bun. They just put this shit in a pancake holder. What is this? Like, what is McDonald's doing? What is that? Bruh. Like, what is this? Why did they do this? And I was so mad, bruh. I was so mad. Who wants this? I'm saying. Damn, I must be far behind. He's still looking for it on my screen. Bro, I was so mad. Who wants this? That's the dude who was racist in your chat. It's fucking Oswald, bro. What the fuck? What you do to them? I definitely got my money back. See, like, I didn't know this because I didn't go through the drive-thru. They was like, no buns for you, cuz. You know? Damn. I was livid, bro. Absolutely livid. Fucking McDonald's. So we're not cool right now. Me and McDonald's are on bad terms. DoorDash gave me my money back, though. So I wasn't too mad at the end with DoorDash. You know? All right. Are we ready? I think we're ready to go. Weirdly enough, I want McDonald's now. Because we've been talking about it. It's because we've been talking about it. You know? Drop the resolution a little to get more consistency. I have to watch on 480. Oh, I need the timer. That's what we need. I want a bacon and egg and cheese biscuit from McDonald's. I never get the biscuit if I get a breakfast from there. I'll be honest with you. The biscuits are good, though. Where's the... Oh, here it is. So we have the timer, too. Okay. Let's run it. Maybe it was the person that delivered that did it. Yeah, what if they just ate my fucking... They ate the buns and left me everything else. I want Popeyes right now. Popeyes good. I'm watching in 510p. 510p. Wait a second. Is anyone else participating in Ramadan? Oh, I forgot it's Ramadan. Yeah, I have to watch on like 480p on my phone. Hell no. On mobile, I have to drop it to 160p on cell data. Isn't that terrible? I need to eat. All right. All right, so you see, pin message in chat shows how to vote. 5G my ass. Yeah, it's fucking horrible. It's horrible. 5G's trash. It's not good so far. If I'm actually getting it. So, pin messages in chat. That shows you how to vote. If we have a tie, we will let the lurkers decide. The lurkers will decide where it goes based upon the tied options. Okay? We start with A&W. All American food. We start. Now, let your voices be heard. A&W, All American food. Okay. See how Skratsx blurs his background? I'm watching his face blurred out. That shit's for old people. Okay. Okay. Yeah, hopefully. Never had, never will eat. It looks like the D's are going to have it. The D's will have it. You know? I'm cool with that. I am A-okay with that. All right. We'll restart that in a second. A&W moves to D. I think I know where this one's going to go, but we have to run it anyway. A&W is only good because of the root beer floats. True. There's no seasoning in the worst Jello you've ever seen. I've never had Jello from A&W. Next, and I think I know where this is going to go, we have Arby's. We will start the voting in 3, 2, 1. Go. Arby's. They have the meats. Wow, this is actually not going how I thought it was going to go. I'm not going to lie to you. Has anyone actually had Arby's before? I've only had their curly fries. I just know they have the meats. I didn't know Arby's was a food place. I was expecting dick. Arby's is the absolute trashiest of place. That's exactly what I was thinking this was going to go. I did not see Arby's going. Okay. Why don't you vote, Papa Skratsx Papa? Because this is a chat vote. And some of these places I haven't had. I've realized that chat has they're better than me at this. Because I'm a super picky eater, right? So the C's have it. The C's have it. The C's have it. Okay. That is not how I thought that was going to go. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm super picky as well, but you know. Like, Jack in the Box curly fries are better, Curse, for the record. Has anyone had Baja Fresh? I try to be fair. I don't. I'm very biased. So, Baja Fresh. I don't know if we've had that. Nope, never had it. Has anyone had Baja Fresh? Let's see. We're just going to do a yes or no. No? This is how we know. Baja Fresh. YN. Just so we know. Because if we haven't had it, we'll skip it. We'll skip it. I've never had Baja Fresh before. What are we on, everyone? Baja Fresh. I don't know if we've had it. Half-fast Paul. Yeah, you know, we got to keep it quick. The fuck is this? We don't know what Baja Fresh is, Petty. So we're seeing if you've had it or no. Because we can skip it. We can skip it. We can just do the popular ones. You know? We can just move this straight to never had. Yeah. I feel like no one's had Baja Fresh. I don't even know what that is. Hey, chat sees me. They do. They do. I'm making the baby some breakfast, so I'm kind of lurking. Okay. All right. They have it. At least so. Gotta throw some ass. All right, so never had. If Doc shows up, I need you to tell out, hey Doc, yell out, hey Doc, I got you. I got you. I got you. Okay. Blimpies. Blimpies is a sub place. I don't know if you've had Blimpies, but I'm gonna run it. I'm hungry as fuck. Same. All right, here we go. Blimpies. In 3, 2, 1. Never had. I don't know if we've had Blimpies. We'll see. Never had, never had. Okay, never mind. We're stopping Blimps. We're stopping it. Never had. Same, I'm getting some McDonald's. Okay. Bojangles. So there's no Bojangles by me. But I know that Bojangles is pretty popular. Suck my Blimpy. So we're doing Bojangles. In 3, 2, 1. Bojangles. Good old Bojangles. Phyllis, is that still in the business? Yeah, Bojangles is still around. Bojangles sounds crazy. Yo, I missed it, but Baja Fresh is the worst Mexican food ever. Really? I've never heard of it. Yeah, Bojangles is still around, you know. I've never had it because it's not by me. I don't think we even have one here. The only time I've seen it is when I saw Keith Lee do a try of it on TikTok. Which, by the way, looks like TikTok's gone, bro. Looks like it's GG's for TikTok, huh? There's so much fast food I never had. Same. It's so bad, bro. We have one down the street from work and it's empty. Yeah. If it's like, okay, B has it for Bojangles. B. Sorry I'm behind. I meant, is Blippy still in business? I don't know. Never had Bojangles. It's not bad, but it's overrated in my opinion. Yeah, like, I've never even seen a Baja Fresh. Fight me. Okay. Fucking fight me. Now, we have Boston Market. Okay? Bojangles always sounds like a wild strip club to me. Yeah, it kind of does. Never had it. We're doing Boston Market. Has anyone had it? Okay, I'm starting timer. Boston Market. So we have a 4. Boston Market. I've never had it. Sounds like a state thing. It's actually everywhere. Boston Market is like everywhere. I'll show you. Let me pull up a separate window. It's like home style cooking. Yeah, let me pull up another window. Hold on. Pull it over here. I'll show you. Not in Georgia. So here's Boston Market. Let's see if it's in Georgia. No. Let's Georgia's right here. Is it in Atlanta? Atlanta, Georgia. There are some in Atlanta. Never mind, it is, yeah. I've never had it. The spice apples are litty. Are they? Not great, but not bad. So this is the kind of stuff they make. It's kind of like home style stuff. But I've never had it. Where'd we finish? By the Euro place? Yo. Okay, we have a tie. You know what that means. When we have a tie, we have to let the lurkers decide. Poll. Boston Market. C, D. All right. Here it is. We let the lurkers decide. If still tied, we'll go with the higher one. If still tied. Run it up, lurkers. Let's try tonight. We'll give y'all a review in Skratsx Discord. Yes, I like that. Up. Strange broke the tie. Never mind. Sorry, lurkers. Hey, chat sees me again. Oh, wait. Boston Market comes in clutch for people who don't have families to eat with on Thanksgiving. True. It's that lonely single man dinner. There we go. Damn. Damn. But the D's have it. I'm not going to lie to you. So here we go. Boom. I'm back. Welcome back, Reg. Welcome back. Next, and I think I know where this is going to go. Burger King. If you like Burger King, this is your time to be heard. We will start the vote for Burger King in 3, 2, 1. Burger King. Let your voices be heard. Whoa. This is going differently than I thought it was going to go. Man, I have a love-hate relationship with Burger King. I haven't had Burger King in so long. It's good, but the dick ridery is crazy. My memory of Burger King, we're on Burger King. Burger King. Yeah, BK. Mm-hmm. So my memory of Burger King is as a kid when Pokemon the first movie came out, they had those golden Pokemon cards that came in giant Pokeballs, right? And I wanted those so bad. So I made my mom. Yo, it's Bean Man. Wait, stop everything. Bean Man, we have something to show you. We have an emote in your honor, good sir. But we haven't decided which one. We have these two. Did they steal your buzz there too? The golden Pokeball. Yes, sir. BK has the best fries. I have not had it. Yo, we have an emote, Bean Man. And we're thinking this one. Which one do you like? 1 or 2? This one's 1. This one's 2. We love Bean Man around here so much that Bean Man gets an emote. You know? We made the emotes. We had to stop everything for this. Like, we've chat voted 2. So it looks like 2 is going to be it. 1 is where it started. Okay. Timer's going in the corner. They used to. Their new ones are I haven't had it in forever. I have not had it in forever. Where's the site? Where's the poll? There it is. So the results, S tier. Now they used to, then they went to shit, but they back. Are they? Burger King. I like the bottom one. That's what chat voted on. That's what chat voted on. My memory of Burger King is when my parents got divorced. My dad, on his last days of seeing us, would take us and let us get anything we wanted. This BK had an arcade, and it had a 1945 and some caveman games. Jesus. S tier. Bottom one is a good take. I say we're going with the bottom one. We will put the bottom one in. I'll update the tweet. Restart. Okay. Next, we have Canes. We are starting the vote for Canes in 3, 2, 1. Canes. I would say some of these just don't remember the OG days of fast food. You don't know what Canes is, Reg? You don't know what Canes is? I'll show you. What is Canes? This is Canes. The chicken strips. The chicken strips. Any chicken that you want to drown in their sauce is L. You know what's better than Canes? I don't know if you have a Lane's by you. Lane's is better. There's this restaurant called Lane's. Much better. Much better than Canes. Like, they look better than they are. I'm not going to lie to you. The Texas toast is great. Yes, it is. Shit looks like it will take my teeth. I never get their coleslaw, though, but I don't like coleslaw. So I'm like, yo, substitute that shit out. Substitute that coleslaw out, bruh. All right. C's have it. They mid. I don't mind. Anything works for me. Both are pretty goofy. Okay. Bean Man does not mind. He said either one. I appreciate you, Bean. We love you here. We love you. All right. Yeah, 2 it is. 2 it is. Next, we have Carl's Jr. We will start the vote for Carl's Jr. in 3, 2, 1. What is Carl's Jr.? I don't think they have it in New York. I'll show you. Carl's Jr., all I've had there is their Star Nuggets, and I haven't had them since I was a kid. So Carl's Jr. has like burgers and stuff. They have burgers and stuff, but that's not why I know them. We on Carl's now? Yes. It's called something else on the East. Yeah, it's called, what is the other name for it? Hardee's. Hardee's. It's called Hardee's. Yeah, it's Hardee's. Yeah, Hardee's. I'm Hardee's. Okay. Oh, damn. F tier. On the East, there's another name for it. Yeah, Hardee's. The burgers whack, fries whack. The way that they're meant to order, whack. I can't remember what it's called. Okay. We have a 3-way tie. There's one 5 minutes away from me. They're mid. Yeah, okay. We have a pull up. Pull up. Hold on. Because we have a 3-way tie. What place? Okay, Smacks, break it. Carl's Jr. or Hardee's. Whichever one's closer to you. Break the tie. Holy. Hardy. This place. That $5 box coming in clutch. I didn't know they had one. Who put S? 6. Who's okay? We have to pull up. D. Okay, yeah, we have a tie. Pull. Hold on. It's tied up across the board. S, B, C, D, F. We're going to see. This is the ultimate way. Let's do it. Who's winning? I just like the name Don't Hurt Me. Let's see where it goes. Sorry, Illy, time to die. Hey, chat sees me. They do. Hardy's nuts. Voted for the name, bro. Hey, I said gloves, not guns. We did say gloves. We need chat to survive this, you know? Revoke Illy's vote. She's just voting for the name. Idiocracy Carl's Jr. The fuck is guns? And it looks like that's about where I expected. C tier has it. C tier. Boom. Next, and I can't vote on this one because I don't have it. We have checkers. Checkers. We'll start checkers in 3, 2, 1. Checkers. Thank you, Phyllis, for keeping Petty in the loop. Yeah, we don't have checkers over here. Yeah, I don't have checkers. Never had it. Checkers like the game? No, there's a restaurant called Checkers. The only thing I've heard about Checkers is their fries are really good. Oh, or Rallies? We don't have a Rallies here either. I remember checking that out. No pun intended. Just for reference. Yeah. Or Mahjong? Oh, the game. I get it. This is their food? You know? Yeah, we never have it either.
Apocalypse 420 gifted.
Apocalypse, thanks for the gifted.
Subscription.
Thanks for the gifted.
420 gifted a tier 1 sub to Illusion
and,
for Real.
Oh.
They have given 22 gift subs in the channel.
I was thinking of Riley's. Here we go. Them fries are delicious. That's what I've heard. Not the giant glizzy in the pig. It is. They put it dead center too. Look at it.
Gravity 44
Yo,
gifted
Gravity, thanks for the gifted.
Gravity 44
Thank you.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Xglitch 3.
Thank you so much.
They have given 5 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you. All right. Next, we have, and I think I know where this is going. We have Chick-fil-A. We will start Chick-fil-A in 3, 2, 1. Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A. Yeah, this is where I thought it was going. Yeah. I figured this is where it was going. I didn't even start the timer for this. I'll let it run down. I'm choosing violence. It's the Lord's waffle fries. You gifted me in set 6. Oh man. I knew that this was going to be S tier. Who put F? Share your story immediately. Oh man, Chick-fil-A is overrated. Ooh. Expensive 1, so it has to be middle S tier. I feel you. Tell us the story. Who hurt you? The only thing that makes me mad about Chick-fil-A is that Georgia has better Chick-fil-A's than everywhere else. You know? Like I saw that they have a strawberry frosted lemonade. We don't got that shit here. That's an Atlanta thing, I believe. They must not have said my pleasure. They were just like, I feel that. Yeah, like Georgia's is so much better. S's have it, clearly. Boom. They put something in their chicken that makes you want it on Sundays. They do. One time when I was younger, I sat in a drive-thru for like 10 minutes. I was like, damn, Chick-fil-A is fucking terrible today. And then realized it was Sunday. I was like, fuck, there's nobody here. I'm dumb. I just thought I was early. They never tried the poly sauce. It's good. Can we slide Chick-fil-A to the first slot? You know what we're going to have to do? A tournament of champions for S tier. I'll put it here for now. I got you, Smacks. I got you. All right. Next is Chipotle. We will start Chipotle in 3, 2, 1. Chipotle. Let your voices be heard. Chipotle. Thank you, Phyllis. You never had Chipotle? It's about where I thought it was going to go. It's where I thought so. They should be spitting. I'm Mexican, so if I eat it, I lose my card. I respect that. Chipotle is overrated as fuck. I can respect that. Oh. I think we're good. I think we know where it's going here. Chipotle. S. Okay. Next, we have Church's Chicken. They've been making their burritos smaller? Really? I just pretend it's not a knockoff Mexican food and it's its own thing. Yeah, I agree with that. Okay. Church's Chicken starts in 3, 2, 1. Church's Chicken. Right here. Thank you, Phyllis. Thank you. Church's. Their honey butter biscuits are so good, though. I'm not going to lie. Those biscuits there are so good. The honey butter biscuits are so good. Like, they killed it with that. Preach, Skratsx. I'm saying, them honey butter biscuits are godly. They were so bad in my area, they're all gone. Damn. I love me some Churches. They used to have the 20 piece for $15. And man, my dad fucking loves Churches. Like, he'll drive out of the way to go get it. There's something about them biscuits, man. I'm not going to lie. Smack the desk, godly, I got you. There you go. Godly. Them biscuits are. Churches has these poor people combos. Amen. Fam, honestly, I didn't have it. I'm just voting to see arguments. Okay. Well, B tier has it. Boom. Boom. Have we had the cookout? Damn, I want to try for the biscuits. The biscuits are just different, Phyllis. Like everything else, it doesn't matter. The biscuits are so good. Biscuits always go great with chicken. They do. I can fuck with B tier. Have we had the cookout? What is that? What's cookout? What is cookout? What is that? Have we had this? Not had the cookout? It's a soul food restaurant? Is it? It's not looking like soul food to me. If you put Chipotle as S tier, please say so I can ban y'all. It's not. Okay, so you've had it. Never had it, but I heard it's gas. Never had. Okay. So I'm just going to put this in the never had, since most people never had it. All right. Cookout is the best on this list. No joke. If it's not in your area of mine, bottom of the list. This is where I keep getting invited. Yeah. Oh, that was good. All right, I'm putting in the never had. Wait, Cursed, you say it's the best? They sent him to the wrong cookout. I'm the best. Okay, how many people have had it? I've been set up. I can run a poll on it. I don't mind running a poll on it. Let's do it. Let's run the poll. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. That's a trap, bro. You're invited to the real cookout. Yes, sir. The real cookout. Yeah, I've never had it. I've never had this. I'd never even heard of it. What's that? I can't see it. It's the cookout right here. So let me look at the menu. Damn, their menu's big. This is a picture on Instagram I've seen. These Instagram things will show what we looking at. This is a weird picture. It's stoner heaven. You can get nuggets as a side. What? It's like fast food looks gas. Yo, what's up, Sheps? How are you? Smack's still good as fuck. All right, timer's up. Where we got it? S. Boom. It looks white. All right. Next is Culver's. We start Culver's in 3, 2, 1. Culver's. Not ahead of Chick-fil-A, homie. Okay. We're going to have a tournament of champions, I think. Culver's. How many people going out to eat after this? I feel like we have to. Not had. Never had. I'm suffering. Never had Culver's. I've had Culver's like once. Never had. Reg, what are you doing? Culver's burgers are so good, really? Reg is just putting numbers. Reg's just putting numbers at this point. If we don't count Reg's random ass vote, yeah, we need a never had. Is Brahms on the list? No. They didn't put Brahms on here, which is actually a shame. So Reg said never had and then won. So I think we have to let the A's have it here for Culver's. Should we add a never had? Here, I'll add a never had. Hold on. I will add never had. There we go. So you'll type 7. We'll type 7. All right. Next, Del Taco. We start Del Taco. I said I never had it, but voted 2 because Smack said it's 2. Oh. Okay, so we have a tie here. What do we do? Hold on. We haven't started yet. I trust his taste buds. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. Del Taco. My bad. Go ahead. I've never had Del Taco. Del shit, so I think it's good, but I don't remember how good, so it can't be good, you know? Yeah, I feel that. I've never had it. Ever. I've seen it, but I've never been like, damn, I gotta try it. You know what I mean? Some of you never been drinking, walking through the deli taco drive-thru at 18 and it shows. That is a very specific scenario. We need a slow mode for this. They got a salsa bar. 7, I hate the 30 seconds shit. Their crispy chicken tacos S tier. The first time and only time I ate it, I got massive food poisoning. It's Taco Bell and McDonald's, baby, bro. Really? And all of them give you diarrhea. It's crazy. I'll be down for slow mode. Okay, that was very specific. F tier has it though. Boom. Boom. You'll poop yourself inside and out. Yeah, I'm good on Del Taco. Next, next we have Denny's. We will start the voting for Denny's in 3, 2, 1. Slow mode is on. Slow mode is on. Denny's. Denny's. Yep. Denny's. I'm good with slow mode. I'm good with that. There we go. Even though you literally can only vote once. So it's like, it's the same, you know. Fight between Denny's versus Waffle House. Waffle House clears Denny's. Waffle House employees are beating the shit out of Denny's employees. If I'm here, I'll try to make that shit happen for chat. Denny's absolute trash. It smells like piss. The smell of piss in the restaurant makes the food even worse. And need the identical message turned off. Gotta wait 30 seconds if I type it early. So, even if you spam a number smacks in here, it only counts it once. Like, you can't, like, skew the vote. You know what I mean? Because this only counts it once. Waffle House would murder Denny's. We need more 6. So who has it? A and D. Okay. Let's do it. Paul. I get that. I mean, like, if I press a number before you start the poll, gotta wait. Oh, my bad. I don't know how to do that on this. I'll be honest with you. I'll look at the settings. Oh, you know what I can do? Where's my chat? Hello? Hey, chat sees me. I think it's basic Twitch setting or Nightbot. Let's see. Let me see. I think I can. No. No. I'll have to figure it out. Procedures going? Okay. D tier. D tier. D tier has it. Denny's. The D in Denny's stands for D tier. You know what I'm saying? Why'd my, the fuck? All right. Next. Whoa, what? Yeah, D tier. D tier, Sora. Next, we have Domino's. Domino's. Go. Domino's Pizza. I didn't vote in Twitch, just in chat. Yeah, then it tied, Sora. Then it tied. So then we had the lurkers do it. Domino's. Oh, B tier. Man, BS. 3. Okay. I don't like the Domino slander in this bitch. B. Do you know what's interesting? Let me see. Are there other pizza places on here? Domino's. Where's the other ones? Little Caesars. Papa John's. Okay. This is going to be interesting. I got to see how we're ranking. Their sandwiches are the only thing that make it an A for me. So the B's have it for Domino's. Surprise Pizza Hut isn't there? It's right here. We got Pizza Hut on here. They have sandwiches? They do. So what I'm interested to see is how we're ranking the pizza places. You know? Next, we have Dairy Queen. We will start the Dairy Queen vote in 3, 2, 1. Dairy Queen. Not tier list related, but are you going to play the Diablo 4 beta? Went live about 30 minutes ago, and I'm in queue to log in. Oh, God, I have to download it. I need to start the download. I want to try it. Is the queue long, Apocalypse? You said you've been in queue for 30 minutes? Oh, God. Blizzard spitting? Which one is this? Dairy Queen. Dairy Queen. Wait, how are we voting for Dairy Queen based on ice cream or food? Both. Both. Fuck, I forgot about the beta? Yeah, I forgot. I'm going to be in queue forever. Milkshakes are the best. I've never been to Dairy Queen. I've passed it, but I've never been. We have a tie, though. We need a tiebreaker. We have 9 seconds left. And onion rings? No, I just tried it. My queue time is 33 minutes. Ooh. Okay, S. There we go. The S's have it. Dairy Queen. There are milkshakes? Okay, here we go. El Pollo Loco. El Pollo Loco. We will start El Pollo Loco in 3, 2, 1. El Pollo Loco. F tier. I know Stranger's gonna say that. I knew Strangers. They have shakes, but a Blizzard isn't a shake, it's ice cream. I knew Strange was not. I can't vote this. I'm biased. Yeah, I know. I know Strange was not fucking with it. But 6. I knew he wasn't fucking with this one. You know, I knew he was not fucking with this. My local one sucks. Which one is this? El Pollo Loco. They sell milk ice because of the low fat in the cream. Interesting. Well, I love how you know me so well. I knew you wasn't going for this one. I knew it. So now we have a tie, and we have 10 seconds left. Sound racist to me. My cream has some low fat. So now we have a tie. And you know what that means? When we have a tie. Oh, never mind. We're good. We're good. No tie. Sorry, lurkers. My cream is high fat. El Pollo Loco. F. Next, we have Firehouse Subs. I will start Firehouse Subs in 3, 2, 1. Firehouse Subs. I haven't been there in forever. I haven't been to Firehouse in forever. Like in a long time. So, we'll see. Patty type 7 for never had. Only been once, but it wasn't bad. Five Guys are S for real, not the food place, though. That's an A. Okay. All right, we got 15 seconds left, and it looks like the bees have it. You know. Let's see. 2, 1. The bees have it. You, sir, are getting fucked. The bees have it. Next is Five Guys. We will start the voting for Five Guys in 3, 2, 1. Five Guys. Five Guys. Ooh. Whoa. You need to do a random tier list where you do opposite of chat votes, then upload it to Twitter. Yo, that'd be so funny. I should do that. They fries too salty. Five Guys is too expensive for what it is. This Five Guys slander is not acceptable. About to hop in my all. I'll give it a 5 for Five Guys. Five Guys is greasy. Oh, we have a 3-way tie. Five Lurkers is a grease fest. Pause. We have it. So we have a tiebreaker. I'll be the fifth guy. There we go. There we go. We have a 3-way tie with 2 seconds left. So you know what that means, Lurkers. It's your time to shine. It's your time to shine, Lurkers. 5 guys. SACF. Vote. I call going last. Lurkers pick F. The Lurkers decide. Where are we putting 5 guys? Let us see. Hey, chat sees me. The Doodle Bob. No, it's not a Doodle Bob. That's a tape. I thought it was Doodle Bob. I love that. That's a good one. Illy has the greatest of the emotes. Oh, I got you. Okay. Looks like the A's have it. Oh, the Doodle Bob. I love that. Doodle Bob. We love Doodle Bob. That's one of my favorite episodes. The A's have it. The A's have it for 5 guys. 5 guys on the A-hole. Here we go. Nimoy. Next, we have IHOP. We will start the vote for IHOP in 3, 2, 1. IHOP. Is IHOP going ahead of Denny's? That is the question. IHOP fucks.
Oh my guys are ballers. Oh my guys are ballers.
I fucking love that sound. I worked at one. Y'all better go D. I think working there like ruins it. Oh, it's not going above Denny's. It's gonna be the same tier. Anybody remember when they tried to change their name? Yeah, to like IHOB and try to be a burger place or some shit. I remember that shit. The country fried steak. I've never had anything else there but pancakes. And I had their burger one time and they tried to change their name. My girl was fired from Denny's after a car wreck caused her to lose a leg. IHOP hired her real quick. I don't know if that's a joke, but that's actually a funny way to put it. IHOP on the dick typo. This country fried steak is good. If IHOP isn't above Denny's, y'all have L taste buds. The burger was ass. Yes, it was. Up. D. Damn. I think IHOP was a troll. I think so. The burgers are terrible. Yep. It went D. It went D tier. Next. Yeah, IHOP was an April Fool's joke. Yeah, that was not. Here we go. We have In-N-Out Burger next. In-N-Out will start in 3, 2, 1. In-N-Out Burger. No, I would never pick up a chick from Denny's. I like daddy issues. I choose girls from the Waffle House. You know you're safe if you have a girl from the Waffle House, Max. You know you do. If your girl works at the Waffle House, you're safe. She'll always protect you. Swisher, you have to put a number. You have to put the number that's associated by it. Ooh. In-N-Out. So far. Whoa. So far it's going in F tier, bro. What the fuck, Betty? I be going In-N-Out. Yo. Texans should get 2 votes? I'm sorry, Phyllis. You know I hate it. Okay. The burgers and shakes are good. The fries taste like paper. Amen. Amen. The fries are terrible. In-N-Out have me spit. Fuck y'all. I need to get In-N-Out. Okay. We have a tie. And you know what that means? Let's see if it gets saved. A, F. Here we go. The ones in Texas are trash. White Castle is on the list. Yes. White Castle is on the list. It is. Oh my God. It's F so far. What do we do? This is going to be controversy. Is In-N-Out going F? Yo. Yo, it's gross. Damn. This is controversy. In-N-Out is going F tier. I can't vote on the poll. Did you already put F for me? Damn. Petty votes F, bro. That's 5 Fs. Damn. F1. Damn. In-N-Out. F tier. Damn.
Ooh, that brother's floating.
WF tier. There's an in-video graphics update for Diablo 4. I'm gonna have to do it. I knew y'all was special. All right. I don't know any of these foods. Next chat. We have Jack in the Box.
Nani?
Jack in the Box starts in 3, 2, 1. Play Diablo with you? Beck, are you in the 4 beta already? You should be doing it in the background so you can play it today. Will that cause my stream to lag though? That's what I'm worried about. Because I have to download it. Wait. It hurts me being in California. I want to vote it to beat a burger, but I can't take it. Play free now. I'm doing it. Let's see where Jack in the Box is at.
What?
Game cannot be installed. Beta available. Oh,
Anyway,
how big
I
is
started
it?
blasting. Bah, bah. All right.
10 seconds. It looks like Jack in the Box is going B tier. I'm going to bed with violence in my heart about this list. Love y'all. Love you, Gravity. Thanks. Yeah, I got beta last weekend or weekend before. I have to install it. Yeah, I'm stuck on the it's 85 gigs, bro. I can't. Bees have it. Bees have it for Jack in the Box. Look at this. I can't even drag it. It's 85 gigs, bro. I can't install it till after stream. Then I'll play. Dang, 85 gigs, I'm saying. Like, God. Once I get it installed, I'll message you back. Next, we have Jersey Mike's. Did you click beta, Cursed? Did you click the beta part? Because if you don't, like, it'll do like this. I'll show you. So you'll have live, right? You'll have live, like, hello? You'll have live. You have to do that. Yeah, click beta. I don't know. Oh, Jersey Mike's is a sub place. It's a sub place. 85 fucking gigabyte out the fucking window. But Jersey Mike's is a sub place. Wait, nah. Now I have Diablo Pal? Yes. Yes, you do. I will play it, but I have to install it afterward and then wait in queue. Absolute banger subs. Never had any for Diablo 3. Do they have any Dom places? Great. I don't do sub stuff. I just got it. Yo, Sean, thanks for the raid. Thank you. How are you? How was stream? Subs are good and the smell from there. I'm a Diablo pal. Yes. It looks like we're going B tier. I don't do sub. How was stream, Sean? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. What's up? Yo, what's up, Beast? How are you? How's your day going? It looks like Jersey Mike's. B tier. I only do sub stuff. I'll go anywhere there's a Dom. Yo. Next, Next, we have Jimmy John's. Jimmy John's will start. 3, 2, 1. Jimmy John's. Jimmy John's. JJ, ridiculously slow delivery. So, for a while, Jimmy John's was I was 0.1 miles out of their delivery radius, and they would not deliver to me. It was ridiculous. Oh, shit. You know what's good? Yo, Glitch, have you had that red velvet cookie from there yet? That shit was good. Jimmy John's wish they were Jersey Mike. That red velvet cookie, that shit is good. I'm not even gonna lie. What's Jimmy John's? It's a sandwich place. It's a sub place. Oh my God, yes. That red velvet cookie is gas. Doing good? I'm glad. How was your stream? And it looks like Jersey Mike. S tier. S tier for Jersey Mike's. Yo, what is this? What is Jollibee? I gotta look this up. The fuck is Jollibee? I love Jersey Mike. What is Jollibee? Okay. I'm starting to vote for Jollibee in 3, 2, 1 while I look it up. I keep hearing about Jollibee in London. The fuck is that? I'm about to find out. I'm doing the research for us. Of course, the beta comes out on a day I have a lot of shit to do with my woodworking. Damn. Here is Jollibee. It honestly looks like they stole KFC branding. Not branding, but like, you know, I feel like they just photoshopped the kernel off and put this. Had some issues, but I worked it. There we go. Doesn't it look like they just photoshopped the KFC off this? The B can get it. KFC ripoff looks like KFC chicken and McDonald's fries. That's what I'm saying. KFC's redheaded stepchild. They bugging. Yeah, I think it's safe to say no one's had this. All right. Boom. Speaking of KFC, it's up next. Does anyone watch John Oliver? I do. I do my woodworking all day, every day. That's what we like to see, Patty. KFC in 3, 2, 1. KFC. I do watch John Oliver, though. KFC. The dating game in the console make KFC S. I agree. We kind of have to play the dating sim. I know what some of y'all are voting. KFC. He has a weird obsession over the beef from Jollibee. I love his show. It's so good. I can really make it 6. They cook rats in my area. Eek. Popeyes over KFC. I agree 1,000%, Smacks. Popeyes is better than KFC. I agree. Not the fried rats. Eesh. My KFC's food is bad. I haven't been to KFC in forever. KFC in Illy's area. KFC. A tier. A tier. Next, we have our second pizza place. We have Little Caesars. We will start Little Caesars in 3, 2, 1. Little Caesars. Nigga. What's up? What's up, Jaden? What's up, bro? What's up? What's up? For me, we used to have this family tradition where during Christmas, we would ball out and buy KFC since we were kind of poor. And now if I don't have KFC yearly, I feel empty. Damn. Who put BK in S? Chat did. Chat did. I knew he wasn't going to be here for it. Not the Kentucky Fried Rats. KFR. You niggas are sick. BK. Yo, Jaden, what you voting Little Caesars at, bro? Yep, chat Crazy for BK and S tier. Now chat is grown. We need a BK revote. The Quad Stacker and Coke Ice put BK and S. Little Caesars Pigeon Wings are S tier. I remember you talking about those. Oh, we have a tie. We have a tie. Bro, I don't need your opinion. I need your vote. What do you vote? What number? 2. Oh, A's have it. A tier. So that means that chat so far has Little Caesars over Domino's. Little Caesars over Domino's. Next, and I don't know how these are still open, we have Long John Silver's. We will start Long John Silver's in 3, 2, 1. Long John Silver's. Like, I don't believe y'all are real people. Little Caesars and A means all of us were poor. You damn right. We were poor. Long John Silver's. My brother in Cthulhu, where you put getting rat knuckles at like that? Damn, I figured this is where Long John Silver's was going. I figured. I knew this was going F. I've heard Long John Silver's ass. New York. Ooh. Ass is better than Long John Silver's. Fair. I put 7, but meant 6. You're good. Who trusts fast food seafood? No, mom is sway. No. And this was pretty obvious. F. Now, here is McDonald's. We will start McDonald's in 3, 2, 1. McDonald's. Let's put McDonald's in here. Let's see what we got. How is Arby's above In-N-Out? I know that shit mid, but come on here. S tier for the spicy McChicken only. Nuggies spitting. I think the doc would be happy that McDonald's is going lower than Chick-fil-A. The nuggets and barbecue sauce. 1. A tier for the McGangbang. 10 seconds. You're all disgusting. Let's go. Can I change my vote to what? F tier because ice cream machine always broke. I'm saying. It looks like. Did someone say gangbang? Yeah, this is McDonald's, Sora. If you never put $1 hot and spicy on your McDoubles, you don't know. To 1. Well, A's have it regardless, but I respect your vote, Glitched. I respect your vote. A. There's A. Not disgusting, poor. Next, we have Moe's. I don't know what Moe's is, but Moe's is starting in 3, 2, 1. Moe's. Moe's. What, nigga, what is this S tier? You niggas is sick. I've never had Moe's. Let's look it up. Let's see what Moe's is. Let me look at this. Moe's Southwest Grill. Okay. Let's take a look. Just take a quick gander. This is Moe's. You know? You better not shame Chick-fil-A in S tier. It's like Chipotle? Double cheeseburger, McChicken, and a fish sandwich in one sandwich. I call it the Navy SEAL. They shout their name when you walk in. Do they actually? Do they go, welcome to Moe's? Mo's more like nose. So we have a tie between C or D, but do we actually care where it goes? It's the other shit. We call it a McSalty sister sandwich. I'm serious, they do? Okay. No for Mo. Yeah. It looks like the never hads win, but we have 2 for C and D. And an F. Okay. Okay. I'd rather eat ramen than McDonald's. I mean, ramen is good as fuck, though. We have to poll up. Let's see who's had Mo's. Mo's. C, D, F. Where's it going? Oh, never mind. Never mind. Stop the poll. Stop the poll. Doesn't count anymore. We're good. We're good. There we go. Next is the Noodle Company. The Noodles Company. We will start that vote in 3, 2, 1. The Noodles Company. Ramen in my McDonald's. I will die on this hill. Every time you walk in, they yell, "Welcome to Mo's." Yeah, Noodle Company. The Noodles Company. I've never had them. Let's see. What do they have? Classic favorite with a good... What is Wisconsin mac and cheese? Hold. Oh, Doc's here. Welcome in, Doc. Welcome in. Show me the fucking S tier. I got you, Doc. I got you. Let us show Doc the S tier. He already did. What did he say? That's what they have, Skratsx? Just noodles? It's pretty good, but they got rid of my favorite noodles. Wait, unban Doc. I gotta see what he said. I gotta see what he says. Unban Doc. Doc. What we thinking, Doc? Here's the S tier. What we say for this? Noodles. There we go. Let me reset this while we're looking at it. No, Doctor Who banned the Doc. Doc, here it is. Chick-fil-A's here. I'm actually okay with that S tier, surprisingly. Whoa! See? What the? Unbanned Doc after the next vote. Is it only in Cali? I've never heard of it. Customer fucking interrupting me, BRB. Okay. Okay. Best S tier. Next, we have Panda Express. We will start the voting for Panda Express in 3, 2, 1. Panda Express. I know where Glitch is going here. Panda Express. Wait. Okay. I meant 6. Okay, I'll vote for you, Cursed. I'll vote for you. There you go. That's Cursed vote. I thought 7 was F. You're good. I voted for you, Cursed. It's too expensive for what it is. Look at that. It looks like Glitch started a campaign earlier this week, and he has got Panda in S tier. I'd rather eat real Asian food. No, that's true. Look at that. Glitch started a campaign earlier in the week. He was gathering the votes, and he did it. This is American democracy right here. Panda Express glitched. S tier. Yo, this tier list is horrendous. Panda and S tier, SMH bombastic side eye. Shit's rigged. Next, we have Panera Bread. Me personally, it's a D, but I've been campaigned. Even if you voted D, it still wins. We have Panera Bread. We will start the voting for Panera Bread in 3, 2, 1. Panera Bread. This isn't because of me. This is because of the fine folks here today. Give your speech. Confirmed we have cheating on Panda. Immediately disqualified. Panera. Panera. It looks like the Fs are going to have this one. Never had Panera? It looks like Panera's going in the trash. No, Petty was good because I reset it. Fuck you. I only heard the bread good. I think Petty's good. Petty voted 7. So yeah, he's in the never hads. Have a good lurk, Apocalypse. My beta loaded. Yeah, have a good lurk. What's the best thing at Panera? I have no idea. We literally have 2 blocks from our house and never tried it. Bread bowl is delicious from there. Up. F's. F's for Panera. So okay, here we go. We have a tier list within a tier list here. We are seeing where we rank the pizza places within this tier list. So far, Little Caesars is ahead of Domino's. But where are we putting Papa John? We will find out where Papa John goes in 3, 2, 1. Hold on. What's up, Feeve? Where are we putting Papa John's? Who the fuck put Little Caesars and McDonald's in A tier? Papa John is racist, so F tier. Whoa, someone voted S. Okay, we have a tie. Who wants to eat that $5 cardboard shit? Nuggets are good. They have nuggets at Papa John's? Killmonger's with you, Doc. I just came to see Cookout in S tier. I'm good now. I've never had it. But Curse was going for it. Skratsx, it would be glitched. Cookout is the best fast food ever? Is it? If it was Papa Murphy's, it's an S. So now we have a tie. Who the fuck voted for McDonald's? Cookout is for people who can't cook out. Okay. We have D tier. Okay. So far the pizza hierarchy is Little Caesars, Domino's, Papa John's. That's the pizza hierarchy. What the fuck is PDQ? Do we know what that is? PDQ. I'm starting the voting for it. I don't know what it is, but I'm starting it out in 3, 2, 1. No Cookout slander. What is PDQ? PDQ. Oh, it's a chicken place. That's what it looks like. Looks like that. What the fuck is PDQ? It says best chicken tender sandwich and salads. Public debate questions. I'm down with that as the name. It does look good. Yeah, I think the never hads are taking it. Yeah, but they all say best. That's true. We'll just put it right here. It's mid trust. Yeah, I've never. Has anyone had Penn Station? Sounds like and tastes like lies. Okay. So next, we have Penn Station. We're starting Penn Station in 3, 2, 1. Checkers is S tier. S tier, Doc. I don't know what Penn Station it is. 7, 7. Yeah. Checkers is right here. No, what is it? Oh. So Checkers, let me see if you have. What's the alternate name for Checkers? I still have the Checkers up. Here's Checkers right here. Yeah, Rallies. Rallies is the other name for it. Killmonger's right. They made this hot dog the biggest picture in here. Is it really S tier? I've never had it. They don't have one by me. I want an explanation. That shit looks plain. I've never had it. What do we do for this? Never had. All right. I've never even heard of Penn State. Okay. Here's where we're getting important stuff here. Come buy a hot dog. They voted for the glizzy, not the food. Penn Station's a sub place? Okay. We are voting on Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut. In 3, 2, 1. Pizza Hut. Yikes. Who voted Burger King in S tier? Y'all are deranged. Feeve, I was so shocked that Burger King went S. Okay, gotta get started on my shit today. Have fun with the rest of y'all list. Yo, thanks, Curse. We appreciate you. Okay, we're tied between D and F. Still tied. Okay, we got a C vote. Damn, Panera and F, y'all clearly don't eat there. Pizza Hut is ass. We have a tie between D and F. I'd tongue punch a fart box before eating BK again. I love Panera. Yeah, Feeve was here for... I think even if Feeve had voted, Panera was losing. Panera's expensive hospital food. We ask what's in it. Ooh. Okay. So we have a tie between D and F. I've been busy with work. Let me see. Poll. Let's see. Let's see where this is going. Pizza Hut. D, F. The poll has started. Where are we going? Also, Diablo. I know I have to download it. It's 85 gigs. Pizza Hut is the worst of all the pizza places. Whoa. So, because I'm very interested in the pizza tier list that we have going on within the tier list. Old big download. Yeah, it's huge. So I can't download it right now, or we'll drop frames like crazy. Pizza Hut S tier for the shittiest place in my life. I don't know, man. Domino's is pretty fucking bad. It looks like it's going F. Yeah, Domino's is worse. It looks like Pizza Hut grease comes from a cafeteria ladies from Munda Cheese. True, they're both trash. Yep, all right, here we go. Pizza Hut is the best out of all the pizza places. Here we go. Pizza Hut. F. Domino's is solid, to be honest. I bought buffalo pizza once from Domino's, and they literally gave me like 5 slices for a large and drizzled hot sauce on the top. So far in our pizza rankings, we have Little Caesars over Domino's, over Papa John's, over Pizza Hut. Well, Pizza Hut wings are rat arms. Next, we have Popeyes. We will start the Popeyes vote in 3, 2, 1. Popeyes. Little Caesars isn't good. Its nostalgia is crazy, though. I ate one yesterday, and man, it was only hot sauce. Popeyes. Won my fucking ass. Popeyes. Is it going higher than KFC? Where's KFC? KFC's A tier. B is pushing it. Let's see. 30 seconds left. Popeyes is KFC, but higher. If they biscuits wasn't a life and death situation, bro, I want to try y'all Popeyes because near me, I'd rather lick the floor. B is reasonable. So 2, but high 2. Okay. So let me ask you. So we have Popeyes in A, right? But is Popeyes, do you think, okay, here's how we're going to do this. This is exactly how we're going to do this. If KFC is, this is exactly what we're doing. You ready? Which is better? Popeyes, KFC. I need to know. Happy now? Debunk KFC. Let's see what I miss. Okay. Churches. Churches is like way down here. Churches got put. Where is Churches? Churches is B. Popeyes is seasoned KFC is unsalted cafeteria fried chicken. All right, it's pretty apparent. It's pretty apparent. There we go. I just had to know. I'm down for B tier. Next is Portillo's. Portillo's. In 3, 2, 1. Portillo's. If you don't know what Portillo's is, I will bring it up. Popeyes causes crazy bubble guts too. Gotta love it. You know, gotta love it. Portillo's. Let me pull up the website. Here we go. What's the vote? So we have Portillo's. This is what it looks like. And I will show you what it's looking like right now. Sevens across the board. Can you jump up and down real quick? No. No. This is what Portillo's is looking like. You know? I haven't had it enough to really make a judgment. Another fucking customer. I want a purge day. Damn, these customers are getting in the way. Man, I don't like this slow mode. I can't hit you on a fuck ton without being slowed down. Looks terrible. So, I've only had it twice, and it was okay. But I can tell you, don't ever get a chocolate cake shake. So it looks like, with one vote, outside of the never hads, there's a tier list that needs attention. I'm saying, like, damn. Potbelly. So I've heard that Potbelly is the best of the sub places. We'll find out. In 3, 2, 1. Potbellies. Potbelly subs. Same, I'm too spanny to be in slow mode. We could take it out of slow mode. Like, we could take it out of slow mode. How do I, let me see. Where is it? There we go. Potbelly? Me? I'm too crip to fuck with any of these red places. Crip. Freedom. There we go. What we looking at? Stop it. Okay. So we have a tie between A and C. Sora's blue down to the Twitch name. He is. He got the Twitch Prime badge and everything. So we have a tie between A and C. You voted in red. Damn. Paul. I'm just putting a question mark. No. Potbelly. A, C. Lurkers. Do your thing. Lurkers. Those need to expand because they're an S tier sub shop. Really? Which one is blue? I actually have no idea. Mr. Pickles is better? What is Mr. Pickles? What is that? I've never heard of that outside of Rugrats. Let me see. I gotta look over here. Let me see what Mr. Pickles is looking like. Mr. Pickles. A great sandwich shop. Let me see. Oh, they're only in California, I think, and Arizona. Yeah, they're like nowhere else. That's why. Yeah, they're only in California and Arizona. C tier. C's have it. The C's got it. Boom. Next. is Qdoba. We will start the vote for Qdoba in 3, 2, 1. Qdoba. 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 Mr. Pick. Q what the? Qdoba. No, I know Strange wouldn't like Qdoba because it's like Chipotle. It's like Chipotle. So I know Strange is not fucking with Qdoba. I know he's not fucking with it. Like it's cool. It was that fake stuff. Yeah. Yeah. I know Strange isn't fucking with it. I just know. The fuck are these names? I had Qdoba at the airport once and it was okay. Yeah, it's okay. It's cool. It's not the best thing I've ever had, but it's okay. You know? They always be taking my culture and making it fast food. Yeah. They do. They do. Like I can tell you, he's not going to fuck with Taco Bell or Cabana. Probably not Torchy's either. Same with fried chicken. Yeah. Petty Mr. Pickles is W Food. L for the fact they didn't branch out to other states. Yeah. They're only in... Okay, we put Qdoba in there. Next is Quiznos. I'm not going to lie to you, I didn't know Quiznos was still around. But we'll start the vote for Quiznos in 3, 2, 1. Quiznos. Quiznos. I didn't know Quiznos was still around. Hold on. Taco Bell is S tier because it is empty carbs and it helps with the gym. Okay. Quiznos Employee of the Month in 2008. Damn. I didn't know Quiznos was still around, to be honest with you. Because we had one close to me and it closed down. I think I saw Keith Lee did a video on it on TikTok. Taco Bell is the healthiest fast food. They drink spitting? Really? All the other ones, you're right. Bad marketing. Yeah, definitely. Because I'm serious. Had no idea about it. I thought they were gone. Definitely bad marketing. Because I remember, I liked Quiznos as a kid. Keith Lee tried Quiznos? Yeah, I'll show you. Let me see. Let me pull up the TikTok. Let me mute the tab real quick. TikTok. Keith Lee Quiznos. Yep, I got it right here. Okay, so we said wait, let me rank it and then we'll watch it. S. Damn. My gosh, he tries everything. He does. He is... Oops, I clicked the wrong thing. Right here.
You don't see a lot of Quiznos around often, and it's not because they're not bomb.
Now, what I haven't heard in a while is Red Robin.
Foot-long era.
Yo,
I'm gonna do an 8-inch
Red Robin, bro.
Cheddar bread, a steak sandwich with provolone. Have to get.
I'm fast forwarding to Keith's part.
Sandwich by itself was like $13, but I got it exactly how she got it. Let's see what it's talking about. We've been ripping and running and doing business all day.
My boy Keith Lee.
Anything, not a scratch of food. So my opinion might be a little biased because again, I'm hungry. But when she was making it, it looked so good, bro. Again, don't talk about how I opened this.
Bro gave them a 2.
I'm trying to get straight to it.
Did he?
Straight to it. It do look as good as hers did.
Red Robin's great. The Royal Red Robin? Yes, Patty. The Royal is my favorite. If TikTok goes under, what's he gonna do? I have no idea, bro.
It ain't the food. Whatever y'all doing on the marketing department, that's the issue. Because it ain't the food.
I have no clue. You know it's good for Keith when he goes for a second bite.
That's delicious. This like a 9 out of 10.
Oh, I need that, Petty. We gotta get it tomorrow.
It was typical sandwich customer service, but it was good. It gotta be the marketing. But
TikTok in today, yeah, it's gone. He'll move to Facebook.
Obey anything they can think of.
I mean, he's fine now, but IG ain't it, and Facebook is ass. Yes, it is.
It's delicious. This chair ain't nothing to look at, so I'm not standing up. God bless you. Have an amazing day.
This is.
Yeah, you know he was fucking with that. It looks good though. Yeah, TikTok, bro. Yeah, probably YouTube short. TikTok, it's over, right? It's over. Did you see the questions they were asking yesterday? The sandwich that you'll see in about 5 minutes. Yeah, you'll see it, Petty. What the fuck did I come to? Why is McDonald's in A? Where should it go, Reg? Guys, I'm out the loop. What's happening in TikTok? I'll show you. We're fucked. It's a wrap. Hold on. I like the video specifically for this. Where is it at? Is it this one? No. I think it's... Where is it? Is it this one? I think it's this one.
Of which we are a subsidiary. Let me start by addressing a few misconceptions about ByteDance.
What's going on? TikTok's probably finished, bro.
ByteDance is not...
They asked him like these hard-ass questions and then didn't even let him answer.
It's a private company. 60% of the company is owned by global institutional investors. 20% is owned by the founder.
Who's back again? Where's the Beckosaurus?
ByteDance has 5 board
Did you guys
members.
eat the TikTok thing? Fuck yeah, like we're
American.
We're fucked, bro. I need to find the one of them asking questions. Hold on. This is him just talking. Hold on. There's another one I saw where I'll show you some of the questions. Okay, so this is one that says top moments. Like
the home Wi-Fi network. Has ByteDance spied on American citizens?
This was crazy, bro.
Spying is the right way to describe it. The only face data that you get, that we collect, is when you use...
The government hates it because it's allegedly Chinese spyware.
You need to know where your eyes are.
Why do you need to know what the eyes are if you're not seeing if they're dilated?
American data stored on American soil.
I don't like how they were coming at him during the whole sequence. I didn't either.
Overseen by American personnel. We call this initiative Project Texas.
Please rename your project. Texas is not the appropriate name. We stand for freedom and transparency, and we don't want your project.
You damn well know that you cannot protect the data and security of this committee or the 150 million users of your app. Because it is
he was well, calm, and collected. What the fuck? What freedom? Please rename your project.
TikTok is a great
freedom in Texas
of foreign influence.
He did pretty well for a bunch of fucking idiots. Yeah, he did.
American social companies don't have a good track record with data privacy.
But I have personal beef with them.
In Cambridge Analytica.
Madam Chair, my time is up. And if this committee gets its way, TikTok's time is up.
Does TikTok access?
Like, here's my thing. Okay, are we done? No, we're not done yet. Here's my thing about TikTok. We're not done yet. We still have stuff. Like, TikTok has done me dirty. Let's be real. They've done me dirty. Multiple times they've done me dirty. But this is crazy. No cap, I work at a company where a lot of people work at ByteDance and get loans with us. These people are going to lose their job. Will they successfully get rid of TikTok this time? I think it's a wrap. Quiznos. I think it's a wrap, boys. I think it's a wrap for TikTok. Because, like, if you look at how they were talking to him yesterday, the way they were talking to him yesterday, like, what about TikTok? It's probably a wrap for TikTok. Yeah, I think TikTok's cooked. It's over. The way they were asking those questions yesterday, like, you know that they were trying to shut it down. Like, they weren't even asking about what they were concerned about. So the government is trying to shut it down, Doc. The government's trying to shut it down in America. They're trying to ban it. I'll show you the video we were watching. Okay, but why? Fill me in. So they say it's Chinese spyware. They're worried about data going to the Chinese government. When like Facebook exists, you know what I'm saying? Facebook is spyware too. Everything is. Every single app that you download asks for your data. And they sell it. You know what I'm saying? All these apps are spyware. Yeah, like everything is spyware, bro. They didn't even want to hear his replies. Yeah, they kind of just asked. You know, they kind of just like asked questions, interrupted. It was weird. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. It's GG's. This list is making me sick. Okay. Next, while we're having this conversation, is Roy Rogers. I'm starting Roy Rogers in 3, 2, 1. They want to see my big booty Latina browser history. Better than the last list, to be honest. Roy Rogers.
She jumped. I was being fair. I didn't say, yo,
let's see where we at. Roy Rogers. Bro, I don't care. McDonald's should be at an S. I've never had Roy Rogers. Yeah, I think this is going to never had. Gata, you've had Roy Rogers, the restaurant? Cursed is working. Cursed isn't in here. He's lurking, but he's working. I have never had it. Okay, so we're going with the 7s. Why'd you put 1? Everything in S tier. I want to see a big booty Latina. Curse you fuck, show yourself. Okay, I think we know this is going. Boom. Boom, right there. Is this our last pizza place right here? It is. Yeah, he's not hiding. He's lurking and working. Sharing the link in chat now. What link? What link? Whisper me, so it doesn't time you out. Because for some reason it only shows asterisks. Next is Sbarro. Sbarro, where I've only seen it in malls. We're starting that vote in 3, 2, 1. Oh, big booty Latina goth girls. Yeah, put in there. Put in there. Whisper me. I'ma definitely sweet talk you. I don't know if Legate's being serious or if he's just trolling. Have you had it, Legate? Are you doing the everything in S? Like, I'll take the link. It's delicious. I've had it many times. Which is this? Sbarro. Send this to me now. The big booty leg Skratsx. You know what I'm saying? Hey, send it. Deadass, take the link. What is Sbarro? It's like a mall pizza place. It's a mall pizza place. You know? I fucking want it. Okay, so we have a vote between S and C. A mall pizza place, S tier. I want to revote. Okay, let's see. Poll. This is where S tier. This is where, never mind. C's have it. Boom. Send it to the horn so the hornies don't explode. I want to revote KFC. Do we revote KFC? I'll revote it. I'll be damned. Okay. Let's revote KFC. Okay, I'm dragging it right here. KFC in 3, 2, 1. KFC. Right here. BRB got a shower, y'all? Dirty ass. KFC. Take us with you. Yes. Let's see where KFC's going. Get them out. Are we re-voting? Yeah. KFC. Let's see. For fuck's sake. You're good, Fetty. 5. Oh, KFC's getting okay. KFC's getting revoted. Damn. There's a reason why that piece of shit shut down nationally. Did it? It did? I didn't know that. Ghetto Gagger's better. I did not know that. See, when the trolls leave, we get real results. Damn. Look at that. Damn. It shut down for health concerns? Trolls come back. And just like that, KFC was here. It is now D tier. Okay. Damn. What a turnaround, huh? Next, Skratsx. Wow, this is evil. I want to revote Little Caesars and McDonald's. You gonna be free at 6? Not today. I'm not. Unfortunately. I would have went F, but I didn't want A or S to win. Next is Skratsx. We're starting Skratsx in 3, 2, 1. Skratsx. What did you call me? Jesus, why am I agreeing with you? Skratsx. What's Diablo on? Diablo's on the Blizzard launcher. It's on the Blizzard launcher. No, revote Little Caesars? Okay. We'll revote it. I'm good with revoting it. Check Bungie. I think they have that's what it is. Bungie. My bad. BattleNet. That's what it's called. BattleNet. It's 85 gigs of a download. It's 85. I'm not going to vote because what the fuck? You just said sounds like fucking bullshit. Sorry, I've been in and out this chat. My homie just got caught up cheating. Oh, yo, Killmonger, I'm not going to lie. I would not be in this chat. I'd be nosy as fuck. My ear would be to the wall like, no, don't revote. Oh, okay. I got you. Yeah, rip to him. 85 on PC. Yeah, it's a big download. So we have a tie between. Wait, who voted S? Spill the tea. Legate voted S. Legate, have you actually had Schlotsky's or was this a troll? I gotta know before I place it. 5-year relationship, bro. Straight torch. Jesus. S is a phony vote. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, okay. Oh, D. Damn. There we go. 5 years is crazy, bruh. Damn. Shit, you're right. It could be worse, like S tier. The chick he messed with spilled the beans to his girl. Holy shit. Was it over a big booty Latina? You think that he got sent to Link, Illy? Yo, that's crazy, bruh. That is sad. Big booty white girl. Damn, not the pogs. Bro. Damn. It's his kryptonite. Damn. That's why you watch big booty Latinas and cheat with your hand. I'm saying, bro. Damn. Somebody called Dr. Umar. Yo, I don't know how to segue, but we do have to vote on Shake Shack. I'm still invested in this story, by the way. Shake Shack in 3, 2, 1. There's only one fucking Doc here. Amen. He with a Latina, and I'm surprised she didn't put him on the internet or kill him. Woo. I beg your pardon. Yo, Shake Shack. Shake Shack. Shake Shack's solid. It's solid. I've never actually had a milkshake from Shake Shack, though. Damn. Is it S tier solid? I wouldn't say S tier. It's solid, though. It's solid. Sorry, I have to. It's mid. Latinas are so gorgeous. Amen. I feel like y'all be putting the craziest shit in S tier. Like, you know, it's cool. It's cool. Who has it? The S's have it. Petty, just die on your hill. Boom. The S's have it. The S's have it. What is Sheets? What is that? Have we seen what Sheets is? My chick is Cuban? Yeah. I get you. Say that again. What is Sheets? I'm starting to vote for Sheets right now. I'm starting to vote for it, but I don't know what it is. I'm looking it up. If you've had Sheets. What is it? Looks like a chicken sandwich place. I think it's this. Sheets sounds like shit. Get it out. What is CBD? They got CBD products here? What the fuck? This is taking too long. Get it out. Sheets sounding too close to shit is sus. What is it? Fried mac, milkshake, burrito, coffee. I don't know what this is. A moon pie? Yeah, they got CBD. Look. Let's scroll back through. Oh man, a Tesla pick. So many chicken sandwich. Yeah, these gotta be. Look at us. We can charge our cars here. I think we're in the. Yeah, never had this shit. Has anyone had Skyline? Can't trust it? I agree. I'm starting to vote for Skyline. I gotta look up what that is too. Skyline. Just random ass shit there. I remember being high and putting spaghetti on a frigging tortilla. Yo, how was it, Smacks? Skyline. Chili. Oh, wait. What is this? Is this that shit where they put... This is where they put chili on, like, spaghetti. Some of y'all be questionable saying can't trust it and be putting Little Caesars in A. Had me at CBD. Skyline chili. Yeah, it's like spaghetti tacos. They got like chili on spaghetti, you know? Let's see what else they got. iCarly vibes. Chili cheese sandwich, coney, pasta. I said no, Skyline, damn. Spencer works there? He has to. He has to. See, at least we tried Little Caesars on like sheets, aka shits. 7. There it is. Next is Sonic. Sonic starts in 3, 2, 1. Sonic. I don't know if Sonic's everywhere. Believe it or not, I've never had Sonic. Yeah, I don't think it's everywhere. I only know of one, and it's like 40 minutes away. Yeah. 2 for the cherry limeade. The cherry limeade is good. The cherry limeade is good. I do like the cherry limeade. It's hard to trust, y'all. Those limeades, ooh-wee. I'm saying, like, it's hard. It looks like the A's have it. Plus, happy hour Route 44 drink. I'm sweet talking you. Don't trust me. The fry sauce is fry sauce. They have fry sauce at Sonic? I didn't know that. They have. All right, A tier. A tier. Route 44. I didn't know they had fry sauce. Next is Steak and Shake. We'll start Steak and Shake in 3, 2, 1. Steak and Shake. Yeah, you got to ask for the secret sauce. I didn't know that there was fry sauce there. Isn't fry sauce just ketchup and mayo mixed? Isn't it? Or is it, do they make their own? What are we looking at? Steak and Shake sounds like a pizza place that gives you some dry ass steak shavings. It is. Yeah, so it's just ketchup and mayo together. Interesting. Steak and Shake mid. Yeah, it's alright. Their shakes and fries are good. I haven't been to Steak and Shake in forever. Since I was in high school. So I don't really have an opinion, to be fair. That's interesting. I didn't know Sonic had that. Skratsx, what's one choice on here you don't agree with? Let me look. Steak and Shake at B. Let me see. I think that, I'm not gonna lie, I think Jack in the Box is a tad too high. And I think Portillo's is too high. I feel like IHOP is better than Denny's. And I think that Papa John's is worse than Pizza Hut. So, you know, I think these two should be switched. But that's just me. Oof, I don't know about that one. I don't like Papa John's. There's like, I feel like a lot of people go for that garlic sauce they have. But that's just me. But I don't really eat either one of these. Papa John's is better. I haven't had it in a while though. So IHOP needs to be way higher than Denny's. I feel like IHOP is better than Denny's, right? Like I just feel like IHOP is better than Denny's. So I feel like they shouldn't be on the same tier. The list looks good. IHOP 100% better. See, Doc knows. I feel like we need to re-vote on IHOP. I'm not going to lie to you. But we'll do that later. Ooh. So I know how Strange feels about Subway, but he's taking a shower, so he's going to be upset. We're starting Subway in 3, 2, 1. Subway. You produce too much garlic sauce, can't help it. 6. Revote Denny's, it should be F. Yeah, like, get it the fuck out. Yeah. Subway, yeah. Yeah. What garlic sauce we produce? 2. I think we know where this is going. I'll tell Strange to his face. Yeah, like, 6, that bitch. Get your 4 out of here. Yeah, we know. Solid sub spot. I knew where this was going. You know, Subway is fucking ass. Petty Subway is okay. I get the meatballs. I swear I hate you. Boom. There it is. Subway. Do we know what Swenson's is? I'm starting Swenson's. There's no countdown. I just need to know if we've had it. Swenson's. I got to look it up. The timer's running for Swenson's, but I don't blame you if you don't know what it is. How did the list get worse? S is blasphemy. Phyllis put ketchup on her meatball subs. Wait. Ketchup on meatballs? I get it every Saturday. It's all about the combos. Petty's a liar. Okay, I was like, Phyllis, no. Not ketchup on a meatball sub. No. Swenson, I'm not gonna lie. This is what it looks like. And I'm not fucking with this. I'm not fucking with Swenson's look. It looks gross, doesn't it? This right here looks terrible. America's best. This looks fucking horrible. Ew. What is this? Swenson's looks ass. I'm just not eating that, bruh. I'd rather eat a pretty patty. Ooh. Next. I'm interested to see where this lines up. Next. Taco Bell. We'll start Taco Bell in 3, 2, 1. Taco Bell. This Oswald's idea. Wait. Okay. Are we drunk eating Taco Bell? I will permit being drunk and going to Taco Bell. Yes. Yes. I will permit that. Yes. They burrito goated. Yo, that spicy grilled steak cheese burrito. Oh my God, bruh. Oh my God. Drunk Taco Bell is one of the best things ever. The grilled cheesesteak burrito, yes. Let's be honest, guys. Taco Bell hits different drunk. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Glitch, you don't like Taco Bell? I'm gonna buzz. It does. Drunk Taco Bell is different. It's definitely not S tier. Get the fuck out. It's going A. I think A. A is solid. A is a solid. The beefy 5-layer hits too. Yes. Whoa. Okay, Apocalypse came right at the buzzer. Now we have to decide. We have to decide. Taco Bell. S. A. Where we going? He hit right as the timer buzzed. Yeah, he hit the buzzer beater. As it hit 0, he came through. The quesadilla too? Yes, Max. Oh. Yeah, like quite legitimately. I swear to God, this better be A. Like, that quesadilla does hit. Oh. Drunk Taco Bell. Cheesy Gordita Crunch? Yes. They have so many good items. Crunch wrap. You know, a good crunch wrap. Yeah, it's not S, defo A. The chicken quesadilla. But the morning after Taco Bell, yeah, it does punish you. Taco Bell will punish you. Y'all are tripping. All right, A it is. The crunch wraps are great when not burned. Yeah. The shit ain't S. A tier. Boom. Boom. Everyone naming off some fire food and you don't put S. Like, that's why it's an A. I think it's because it punishes you. Next, Taco Cabana. Taco Cabana in 3, 2, 1. Taco Cabana. It's an A cuz when it's bad. Yeah, like, it will punish you. Taco Cabana, like Taco Bell is one of those places where you just like, I know tomorrow's gonna be bad, but I'm going for it. Fuck it. You know, tomorrow, we'll deal with tomorrow when tomorrow comes. Like, you know, we'll deal with tomorrow's consequences tomorrow. That's future me's issue. I don't agree with it. Y'all voted that shit in without me. I was napping when they voted BK. You know what? We can revote Burger King. Because I was shocked. I'm not going to lie to you. I was shocked when Burger King went S. BK is a B at best, but everyone loved it. Yeah, Phyllis was in here. Tell you right now, BK is better than McDonald's. I was shocked. Okay, we have one F. I'll put an F. Torchies. It'll give you the shits and you still eat it. Gotta be an S tier then. What else you eating like that? That's a good point, Patty. That's a good point. Next, Torchies Tacos. We're starting Torchies in 3, 2, 1. BK is better than McDonald's? Do I have to try burger? I haven't had it in so long. Petty got shares in Taco Bell. I haven't had Torchies. Let me look at it. McDonald's got to be an F tier. So this is the taco of the month. It's called the Sanchez. You know? I've never had it. Yo, wait. Torchies is good, overpriced. That's that fucking shit. I don't know if I want to eat at a place called Torchies. This taco does not look bad. So it's a C. Looks like. I'll take my Sanchez dirty style. Looks like plastic. C. Oh, there we go. Oh, here we go. Guys, think reasonably. McDonald's makes their food look good. But we all know. Don't you put this shit in C. What? The C won. What do you mean? Waffle House. Waffle House. Take it off. Waffle House. Waffle House, bruh. Get that waffle shit out. Waffle House, bruh. 6. Oh, hold on. I got you, Doc. I think it counted when you said 4. I voted for Doc. That was my vote for Doc. I didn't vote. 7. Waffle House. See, it depends. Waffle House, if it's clean, you can't eat there. It's not going to be good. Garbage fucking General Waffle Denny's shit. 4, so it's a C. Looks like C's have it. C's. The C's got it. We got 10 seconds left. Can I change my vote? What'd you vote, Glitched? Glitch voted a C. What do you want to change it to? The one near me is clean, though. Can't trust it. Yeah, you can't. You can't trust it when it's clean. It's not good. It's not good when it's clean. A 1? Okay, C's still have it, though. I respect the vote change, but the C's still have it. Dirty Waffle House when you arrive, packing heat is the best. I'm saying. When When it is not clean, it's different. Do you like being hated? It tastes better. Wawa. Isn't Wawa a gas station? Isn't it? Am I wrong here? Well, facts. Yeah, like if you're feeling like you're about to die, yeah, trust me, that motherfucker's good. Mm-hmm. When it's dirty, it is a gas station. I'm gonna start the vote on it now, but I've never been to a Wawa. Yeah, Wawa. Why is it on here? Who's eating at a Wawa? Like, I feel like if Wawa's here, you have to put Buc-ee's. I want that shit so dirty it gives me a heart attack. That's exactly the Waffle House you need. You need to walk in and be like, damn, what the fuck? So you saying Popeyes is good because them biscuits gonna make me die? Yeah, if you take the biscuits out, it's got to be on the east. I think so. Wawa can get DoorDash out of it. I have in Florida. It was huge though. Those East Coast gas stations that serve food are great. I feel like it's like the East Coast version of Buc-ee's. Right? What are we looking at? 1C? Let me look at Wawa's food. Let me look at it. What do they got here? Valero hot dogs over everything. Me and Valero's on my shit list right now. So this is what I'm looking at, Valero. You know, subs. It's got a sub. It's got a sub. But the C's did have it, right? Yeah. Looks too clean for food from Wawa. Me and Valero. Oh, next. I know plenty of places whose employees agree to never cleaning out the food spinners and shit. Oof. Here we go. It's time for Wendy's. Wendy's. In 3, 2, 1. Wendy's. I'm glad it's not in Georgia. Wendy's. 1. I agree. Wendy's is top tier. Wendy's is so top tier. I fucking love Wendy's. Wendy's can drink that milkshake for real. Wendy's is good. Get the fuck out. Phyllis, you don't like Wendy's? Wait, does Petty like Wendy's? Get him out. Wendy's Twitter is also top tier. True. Wendy's is hitter with the pan hammer. 6, not you too, Petty. Wendy's is nasty. Whoa. Cursed, I summon thee. Honey, I fuck with you, but we gotta square up. Wendy's. It didn't even matter. I've never had a good thing from Wendy's. Whoa. Wendy's. S. Time's up. Put it in there. We did. My neighbor said old me Wendy's was healthy because they're square patties. Interesting. Next, we have Whataburger. Whataburger. In 3, 2, 1. Whataburger. Let it begin. Where are we putting Whataburger? Put that Wendy's right next to Chick-fil-A where it belongs. I got you. There you go. I got you. Someone must have said Wendy's nuts fit. Whataburger. Now, I know Whataburger's not everywhere, so some of you may have not had it. S? No, y'all tripping for real. Yeah, some of you have probably never had it. If you find BK better than Whataburger, get the fuck out. Why do you keep telling Petty? Because Petty's delayed. Petty has like a pretty bad delay, so he sees the chat, but his video's delayed. Never had it, but it's always packed all the way to the road when I drive by. It is. Yeah. Okay. So we have a vote between. Where's the lurk? It's time for the lurkers. It is time for the lurkers. We have a tie. between Whataburger being an S and an F. SF. Let's do it. If you've not had it, you don't have to vote. Don't worry. I just got to know. But I respect his vote. It's pretty bad. The service? Ooh, looks like F has it. Oh. Who traumatized my child, Phyllis? Okay, we have a tie. I got 5 gifted. It goes above BK. Bet. Never had Whataburger, none near me. Yeah, that's what I like. It's not everywhere. If this ties, I'm 100% putting an S. I'm just gonna tell you, like it's going an S. I fucking love Whataburger. It was petty. It looks like it's tied. Yeah, the service. Okay. Oh dang, petty, we up here. Yep. All right, so I'm putting my vote in. There we go. I'm biased on that one. I'm not gonna lie to you. I got you, Smacks. Yo, appreciate you. Subs. Thank you. Thank you for the 5. Hey, W subs. Yo, you see where we're at? 80 fucking subs, boys. 80 fucking subs. Smacks is the GOAT. 80 fucking subs. We ain't having that BS. Trust. Fucking 80, boys. Almost at 100. We're going. That shit better be so good it belongs next to Chick-fil-A and Wendy's. Don't be playing. I'm telling you, I fucking love it. Their patty melt, so good. So good. And it's better than Burger King, in my opinion. In my opinion. I love it. I love it. I really do love it. I'm not playing. All right. Next. White Castle. Hey, very proud of myself with 85 subs so far. We love to see that, Doc. A month and a few days. We love to see that. This is we're in my 3rd month. In my 3rd month. We love to see the growth. White Castle. In 3, 2, 1. I've never had White Castle. I've never had it. They don't have them by me. 5. Okay. So there's a White Castle near me, but it's an overexpensive piece of shit, I hear. I've never had it. I deep throat the sliders. I've never had it. I have an appointment in 5 minutes, so let me get a 5 for Wingstop. Okay. I'll remember that, Petty. I'll vote 5 for you. I'll put a 5 for Wingstop for you. I got you. Have a good appointment. All right, so I've only had the grocery store frozen White Castle sliders. Aren't those the same? Were they good, Phyllis? I think that counts. Were they good? They were nasty. What would you give them? Can't be trusted? That's the same slide that in 6. Don't trust them shit. So, Phyllis, what would you give it? A 6. Okay, you were right. So now we have a tie. We have a tie. Let me see. White Castle. SDF. There we go. Wendy's is 100% a 6. You can't trust 4 sliders for $10 and get them at Walmart in the frozen section. Lindy's. Okay, 50-50. That actually is a good dance emote. I'm not going to lie. Don't you land in my shit list. I like you. See you, Patty. Have a good appointment. Have a good appointment. Just Patty making enemies. See you, Patty. This emote is crazy. Okay, truce. There we go. That's what we like to see. So what do we do here? I've never had White Castle. Do we coin flip? No, we'll average it. We'll average it. So we'll average this one. So it's a tie. So since it's a tie, S and F has to go C, right? It has to go C. That's average. I just have them. They're so funny, bro. Next is the Wiener Schnitzel. Have we had the Wiener Schnitzel? Average is D. Bet. There we go. All right. Wiener Schnitzel begins in 3, 2, 1. Vote on the Wiener Schnitzel. I don't know any of these ones. Wiener Schnitzel's like, they have burgers, hot dogs, and fries. I heard small dick restaurant. It'll make you shit, but it's worth it. That's the sign of a good place. This is Wiener Schnitzel. White Castle haters. Women don't shit. That's what I've heard. It's decent, and I don't even like hot dogs. Damn. That's high praise. I hear it overpromises and underdelivers. The chili cheese fries are great. I haven't had it in a while. We have 12 seconds left. We need a tie break. Oh my God, I just exposed myself. So, we have a 3-way tie between A, B, and C. You sick asshole. Pull. I don't even know how to spell. I'm just going to put ween. A, B, C. Let's go, lurkers. Where y'all at? Let's see it. My life is a lie. Forget I said that. We have to delete the VOD. We have to delete the VOD. We have to. We got to delete the VOD. Looks like it's going B. B tier. Bro, music slipping in the VODs hits a diff type of nerve, let me tell you. No, I know. It does. Hey, chat sees. I had to make it ween, you know? I don't know how to spell Wiener Schnitzel. 8-hour VOD deleted. Yeah. That's tough. You know what you should do, Doc? I don't know if you want to, but what I did is I put all my VODs on YouTube. B and C. Okay. Phyllis switch it to A so it wins. I'm going to start doing that. Yeah, what I did, I'll show you. I uploaded every single one. So they're all here. That way, especially my artist who makes these fires, thumbnails. I need thumbnails. I'm too. You put A? All right, bet. There we go. I meant B. Oh, okay. Got you. There we go. I just uploaded them all here on the VODs. Not even for people to watch, just so I can look back if I wanted to. You know? And that way, if something gets taken down, I can always mute the audio in the YouTube editor. But the VOD channel's kind of cool. Although YouTube did troll me the other day with that shit. I got a notification on my VOD channel, and it said, "Congratulations, you have 2 hours of viewing time." And I was like, oh shit, is that on my main? But then it was on my VODs channel, right? And I was like, 2 hours of viewing time? Do you see how long these videos are? These videos are all 4 hours plus. 2 hours of viewing time. What? Like, hello? What is that? Congrats, you have 2 hours of viewing time. Every single one of your videos is over 4 hours. Thanks a lot. Thanks. I'm just a perfectionist, and I think if I uploaded a VOD, I'd cry because I'd want it edited. No, I understand that. Baby steps achievement. True. So what I do is just VODs here. So you have a VODs channel, right? So in case anyone wants to watch old VODs, or if you want to go back, and you have your main channel where the stuff is edited. You know? So you can have edited stuff on one, VODs on the other. That's what I did. Even though I don't really edit. I just highlight stuff and upload it right now. I have to work on thumbnails eventually, though. You know, there's nothing like having a bagillion channels for all different shit. Yeah, it's like the old YouTube days where people would have a vlog channel, a main content channel, and all that. You know? What is this? Wings over. What is that? Wings over. So I'm starting the vote for Wings over now, but this is what it looks like. You literally uprooted my life. I want you to know that. I want cursed. So this is what Wings over is looking like. You know, this is what they looking like. I've never had them. You know, but this is them. Waffle fries. Okay. It looks sub tier. Yeah. Let's look at what we're doing here. Wow, they have a lot of sauces. Did you say wings over? Yeah. Wings over. Wings over. Two? They have good wings? I trust you, Doc. Which thing have you had here? Is it the wings or is it this? Because I'm not going to lie, drunk me looks like I would love this. You know what I'm saying? Near me, them shits is mad popular. I know wings. Okay. I feel like drunk me would love this right here, though. Not this. Sober me would fuck that up. Doesn't it look like, look at this. What is this called? Tender sandwich. The tender sandwich, waffle fry looks good. The tender sandwich looks like, that looks good, doesn't it? Look at that. Like, damn. Okay. Okay. A tier. Got you. Boom. Next, Petty said 5 for this. Bro, I could take you on a wings journey near me. I love wings. So I would love to go on that journey with you, Doc. I would. Wingstop. In 3, 2, 1. Wingstop. Petty said 5. I'll do Petty's vote for Wingstop. Petty said 5. That's Petty. Petty said 5. I didn't vote that. That's Petty. Okay. I would love to go on a wing journey. Look up J. Timothy's Tavern in Connecticut. Okay. J. Timothy's Tavern. Yo, I can tell just by this fucking picture that these wings are gas. Holy shit. They do what's called a dirty wing, then they fry, then sauce, then fry again and sauce again. This right here looks gas. Oh my God. Give me this. Give me this. We're good. Best wings you'll ever have. Oh my God. These look fire. Let me look. Let me see what we're looking at. Let me look at these wings. How to order wings. No, I just want a picture. Look at them. Half an hour away. That drink looks good as fuck too, right? Damn. Damn. Where's that? Yo, what's up, Anansi? It's in Connecticut. It's in Connecticut. Damn. What's up, Anansi? How are you? Fun fact, Rick Ross owns 30 Wingstops. I think I saw that he gave his daughter like a Wingstop franchise for her birthday. What have I missed? We've just been doing this tier list right here. We have a tie for Wingstop. Let's go. I need it. We have a tie, so we got to put this on the poll. Wingstop. S, C, D, F. Where we going? Where we going with Wingstop? Doc, those wings, Wingstop is booty cheeks. Those wings that Doc just showed me, like, God, those wings look so good. Overcooked wings. It looks like it's going F so far. Tossed in mid sauce. Like, let me look at another picture. I need another picture. Okay, no, that doesn't show me the picture. Do they have an Instagram? They gotta have an Instagram, right? They do. Show me the IG. It looks like the Fs have it, but look at these. Look at these wings, bro. Potato skins? Like, bro. So we all going to Connecticut or what? Yeah, road trip. Road trip. The Yard Twin Taverns wings are fire too. They make what's called buffalo blue wings. The wing sauce is mixed with blue cheese. Yeah, we're going to Connecticut, bro. Like, road trip. F got it. Boom. And next and final, last but not least, maybe, Zaxby's. We will start Zaxby's in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, we got to visit the doc. We have to. We got to visit the doc. Road trip. Road trip. We got Zaxby's. Is Zaxby's better? I've never had Zaxby's. We had one, but I never got to try it before it shut down. Never had Zaxby's and I'm sad about it. Same. I've heard it's really good. I'm telling you guys, there's so much food near me, it'll make you indecisive. I got to. I got to go. Oh, I got to. It looks so good. It looks so good. Like, I'm for it. I'm for it. I'm all down for a road trip. Refresh. I know this shit died. Here we go. Where we at? A. What? What's that first pick in A? What's that first pick? Culver's. It's called Culver's. Have you been to Culver's? What the fuck is that? I'll show you. Culver's. I didn't know they had fish. So here's Culver's. They do like burgers, cheese curds, concrete mixers, which is like a blizzard almost. Fish sandwiches, fish. Stuff like this. Okay, that do look good? Yeah. Yeah. Like, this place is good. Like, I was cool with Culver's being an A. I was cool with that. I was cool with that. Okay. This was the tier list. You know? The cheese curds do look good. I've never actually had them, but I know they have them. You know? Here's our tier list. We got Cookout, Chick-fil-A, Wendy's, Whataburger. I'm still shocked at Burger King. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm shocked that Burger King ended up in S. Checkers. Checkers. Chipotle. I'm happy with this list except for BK and S tier. Yeah, I just don't feel like Burger King is an S tier. But I haven't had it in so long, I can't really judge. Wendy's, I'll let slide. I appreciate that. You know, that's compromise right there. And that's the kind of compromise we need. You know. I'm also surprised Wawa was in this list at all. Because that's a gas station. If we're putting gas stations, you have to put like Buc-ee's in there. You know. I just want Wendy's and Chick-fil-A and S tier. All I care about. Both landed there. The rest can fuck off. You know? We got both the Docs picks in there. Wawa was on the list, but Brahms wasn't. That is crazy. I'm surprised Brahms wasn't on here. Is Brahms just not everywhere? Let me see. Let me look at these locations. Because I actually fuck with Brahms. Brahms locations. Let's see. I just want to see the like entire nation. Yeah. Let me go 500 miles. 100 results. Do a chain restaurant next. Oh yeah, like Applebee's, Chili's, and stuff like that. Right? Yeah, true. Wawa, like, I'm not even in Oklahoma. So I know that this, look, I'm not going to lie to you. Brahm's website is wrong. Because it says that it's only in Oklahoma, and I'm not in Oklahoma, and there's one by my house. Welcome to Chili's. I gotta see. Let's see if they have one. Duplicate. Chain restaurants. Does anyone else like often misplace the U in restaurants? I honestly think a chain restaurant list would be hard because I honestly hate them all. Yeah, America's sit down chain. So we got Applebee's, B-Dubs, California Pizza Kitchen, Carrabba's, never been a chicken salad chick, Chili's, Chipotle, Cracker Barrel, Denny's, IHOP, Longhorn, never been to McAllister's, never been to this one, Moe's, Charlie's, Olive Garden, Outback. Yo, we got to do this one. This one's quick. The only one I like in that is Red Robin. Red Robin is gas. Doc, see? We're like this. I see a lot of C and D tier in this. I love Red Robin. The Royal Red Robin. Royal Red Robin's good. Red Robin's for S. I'm down with that. I'm down with that. No discussion. I'm down with that. I'm 100% down with that. Texas Roadhouse has good rolls. They do. Yes, Royal Red Robin is the best burger. How the fuck is Red Robin an S? Can we all just take a dump on top of Olive Garden? I haven't been to Olive Garden in so long. I'll even allow Phillips to. Olive Garden is ass. Like, oh man, some of these places I've never heard of. Come get your breadsticks. That's pretty much it. It's kind of like Red Lobster. You know, you kind of go there for the biscuits. Them cheddar bays. Them cheddar bays are it. You know what's funny? What? Red Lobster sucks? Yeah. The cheddar bay biscuits, though. Red Lobster ass. Living in New England, you'd think there would be a lot of Red Lobsters. I think that they'd hate them. I feel like there's only one near me and it's like 3 hours away. I feel like it'd be more hated in New England because you guys live by the ocean. The biscuits are the only good thing. Yeah. Yeah, that's the only reason you go. Them cheddar bays are good. But my mom makes them better, so I don't even get them from Red Robin. I mean, from Red Lobster. BRB? Okay. Gotcha. Bro, Maine Fish Market in Connecticut, dude, hits, slaps. That's why I feel like you guys wouldn't have Red Lobsters, right? Because, like, my mom went to Maine, and she said, like, the lobster in Maine was the best lobster she'd ever had. Because they literally just caught it, cooked it, gave it to her. And that was it. And so I'd imagine, like, when you have the real stuff, like the good stuff there, you don't want Red Lobster. You know? Maine Fish Market is my fave place. Like, that's a special occasion place. I gotta look it up. Maine Fish Place. Is that what it's called? Did I get it right? Maine Fish Market. My bad. Oh, here it is. Look at the food. Look at these pics. Let me zoom in. It's too blurry. Hold on. No seasoning on the table. Nothing but fucking ketchup. Wait. Applebee's is absolutely the whitest place I've ever been to. Ordered a steak and they had nothing. No seasoning, no sauce. Just threw it on the bitch and grilled it. Called it a day. Maine Fish Market. That's what I'm looking at. Let me reset. Let's do dine in. Oh, it just gives me the actual menu, no pictures though. It doesn't really give me pictures. The website I don't think does it justice, to be honest with you. Let me go back to home. Oh, photo gallery. Here we go. The restaurant actually looks nice. Whoa. This right here? This fuck out. You know main fish market? This right here? This right here looks so fucking good. Look at these lobsters. These lobsters are big as shit. These are some big ass lobsters. Look at that. Damn. That looks good. I'm fucking with the cake. Oysters, okay. And then just the restaurant. They need more pictures of their actual food on here. The market restaurant? Yeah, went with my parent. This place looks nice. I'm not gonna lie to you. I got like a 2-pound bag of king crab legs, lobster, mussels, scallops, etc. Like, they catch some big ass lobsters, it looks like. Damn. This looks good. BRB customer. Got you. Got you. These damn customers. Getting in the way. There we go. There we go. Okay. So this is the tier list. You know? We did our fast food tier list. I think we're good here, you know? Screenshot for the social medias. This is our definitive fast food tier list, you know? Our definitive fast food tier list. We voted. We argued a little bit, but we came to a solution. And this is it. Good job, chap. Back. Welcome back, Phyllis. Welcome back. Pretty solid list, I'd say. Overall. I feel like we've gotten better with our tier list. Let me save this. Boom. Save. There it is. This is the worst tier list I've ever seen. Let's look at our other ones. My account. So here's our other ones. You know? This was our chips. We're becoming united. Yeah, like, there was less arguing. The chips tier list was... This one was... I'll be in church on Sunday saying a prayer for you. Yeah, the chips tier list was war. That was an all-out war that we had with the chips tier list. You know? All-out war. This one, the candy tier list. Yo, what's up, Straight? Oh, you want to see the rest of the tier list? Here you go. This is the tier list, as voted on by chat. What do you think? Thoughts? What we thinking? The chip tier list has me sick to my stomach. Yeah, the chip tier list was war. This is a great tier list. I whispered you a TikTok about the TikTok hearing you should watch. Okay. Okay. I'll check. You know, the only one I knew that Strange would not be happy about is this one. Subway. I love the tier list. A1. There we go. There we go. I don't live up there. My parents work Pipeline, so I go see them on weekends, and we'll go try places. Cool. Subway and F. Yeah, I knew you wouldn't like that. Let me get my whispers open. I knew you wouldn't like that one. You know y'all make the sandwich, right? like, come on. I knew you weren't gonna like that. I knew you weren't gonna like that. Whisper, like, come on, if it's ass, it's your fault. Bro, that place smacks. Yo. Did you whisper? I don't have the whisper. Hold on, Strange has a point. W Subway. Other than that, A1. Listen, I know food. That place looks good. The lobster looks huge. Y'all don't know how to make Subways, how to make sandwiches. Where is... Yeah, I didn't get a whisper. Phyllis, you voted Subway low too. I don't think she did. We need a link. I make food. Skratsx does make food. He does, like legitimately. Yeah, Phyllis voted 3 on it. Subway sandwiches can literally suck my fucking ass. You know, here's the list. Okay, check now. Okay. Let me open my window over here. Twitch. I would rather lick the not clean food spinners in a gas station. I sent you one through Twitter DMs. Okay. Okay, I got it. I got it, Petty.
Now what you done with Day and Roach?
Let me see. I got it. Oh damn, it just went through twice. Oh, you're good, you're good. So here's how the TikTok hearings went.
Now what you done with Day and Roach?
Day is my people.
Shut up! Now who sent you?
Oh, I saw it today.
Nobody sent me.
Say another word and this is over. And I ain't playing.
Top tier comment.
Nah.
Every other sandwich place I go to is good. Why Subway still
You
suck?
ain't got no gun.
We about to blow up that food chat in court. Yes.
I ain't got no win.
Shut the
Yes.
Did I say?
They were every time they asked the question, they just cut him off.
Say something else. Oh, say something else.
They did. Every single time they asked him a question, they just interrupted him. You know? And then Twitter DMs. Got you. Let me look at Twitter. Twitter DMs. Yeah, the food section in Discord. I gotta post that in there. Did I post the last one? Yo. Look at what Skratsx made, bro. Oh my god. Look at this. Yo. This looks so good. Here's the thing about the US Gov. If it doesn't in any way, shape, or form benefit them more than it does somebody else, we don't like it. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Skratsx, where do you live? Look at this, bro. Oh my god. Jesus. That looks so good. I need this. I need this. Skratsx, what kind of pills you need? The doc has them. Like, look at these, man. I'm gonna smack my mama for this one. Like, damn. Hold on, I gotta see if he posted more. Hold on. Oh, he did. Hold on, I'm opening them all. Hold on. Skratsx is throwing down. Hold on. Oh, these food pics. Yo. Hold on. Let me bring this over here. Where is the bark? Where's the bark? What's up, Pasta Man? How are you? How's it going? You Subway loving ass. You can't have good food. Look what we got, bro. Look. We got the spaghetti and meatballs. You see that? Wood. Facts. And all these simps just ride or die for the American corporations that do the exact same to us. Exactly. Only 4. These are big meat. I'm hungry. Let's look next. Look at all these. Look at them. Look at these. I don't want McDonald's anymore. Me neither, bro. Look at this. Skratsx threw down, bro. Make today amazing. Smack like, hi gang. I love you. Yo, Beck, hi. Look at these. The jalapeno poppers. Look at it. The BLT with the fries. Suffer with your disgusting poison. Hi, Beck. Boom. There we are. Oh, look at it, bro. Look at it. Betty, have you died on that hill yet? Skratsx throws down, bro. This one right here. Like, this one right here. Oh my God. Listen, you Wendy's hating ass. Let me see what I got DM. I will now, since you requested it so much. Is this Skratsx? Have you seen his meat juices? That's exactly what I'm looking at right now. Look at these. 4 racks of ribs, jalapeno poppers, and sausage. Oh my God. Oh my God. Let's see. People in my server yell at me for being sus, so they try to see how long I can go without being sus. Now it's anti-sus for 15 hours, which is a record. There you go. Don't make me whip out these hands. The doc don't miss. Oh, there's more. Hold on. Yo. Skratsx, please continue to bless the food cord. The food cord. The food cord's where it's at. Look. Look. Let me get in there. Yes. Yes. Blow the food cord up. Look at it, bro. Yo, that pick is money, right? Oh my God. Oh man. I need, and look at this. Look at it. Give me your fucking address right now. Do it. Look, bro. Just one sauce. Like, look at it. Oh, man. Gotta have that pink. I'm just like, look at it, bro. My door's always open. Skratsx and Pasta Matt need a collab right now. Yes. And then, look, bro. Real, tell us where you live. Look at it. We do behind the scenes. Like, we need one in front of the, like, I need to see it. I need to see the collab. I need to see the results of the collab, bro. Look at, oh my God. Honestly, though, look, that's a pick right there. I would slurp those shrimp right out of the shell, just south of Skratsx. You live like just south of me? Oh, look, I need a road trip. Send me the person right now. Strange can't be trusted. Let him suffer with Subway. Skratsx lucky as fuck. I'm saying, like, look, that's a road trip. You know? Listen, bitch. Like, look at it. Let me see. Let me check more. Let's check more of the food court. Yo, Matt, what the fuck? Hold on. Hold on. Yo. Look at this. Matt, oh my God. Look at this. If you eat it, you can. I swear to God, I'll bring the haymakers. Look, bro. Yo. Oh my God. This looks incredible. Yo. Bro, hold on. Like, keep that pick up. I got you. This looks so good. Matt killed this one. Oh my God. Everybody about to bust. Look at that golden fat mixed with the charred top. Work of fucking art. Clapping that. Like, look at it. Oh my God. Bro. This is making me really hungry. That mild pink right here. It's perfect. Why is he doing this to us? This is perfect. You son of a bitch, you done it again. This is Matt. So Doc, this is Matt's. This is Pasta Matt's. This one's Pasta Matt's right here. And then he did hit us with the pasta too. Look at that. Hit us with the pasta. Hit us with it. Yo, this plate is nice as fuck. Pasta Matt, you need a spouse? I'm over here in the middle of nowhere surrounded by, I don't know, even know what animal this is, and he's showing us this. Pasta Matt is my spouse. I need you two to get together. Let's all meet at Skratsx's house. Not anymore. Look at it. Damn, I'm hungry as hell now. I really enjoy your food pics on Twitter, Matt. I gotta look. Do I follow Matt? I think I do. Let me see. If not, we're remedying that. Sounds like, yeah, we're all gonna meet at Smack's house, right? We're gonna meet at Smack's house and we're just gonna like eat. Cool? Same though? Yeah, like. Oh, wait. Whoa. Food court just got, okay, hold on. We got a lot. Let me open it. I gotta open a new window for this. Hold on. I'll bring the chips. Bet. Not Cheetos though. Thank God. Thank you, Phyllis. I'm opening these all. Hold on. Holy. So these 3 are smacks. We got the sandwich. Hold on. I'm opening everything. Meet at me and we take the party bus to Pasta Matt. Yes. That's what we need to do. I'm not gonna lie. Not only does the food look beautiful, but these fucking plates. Here we go. Close this tab. Look at it. Pun intended. I'm with the pun. Look at this. I'll bring the plastic cups for the drinks. That's my role. I'll bring the forks and the napkins. We got that. Ooh, the stir fry. Look at this. Look at how good this looks. Petty doing the bare minimum. I'll bring myself. I am the president. Jambalaya. My bad. The jambalaya. Look at it. Oh my God. Look. I fit in where I get in. Look at it, bro. Guys, have you done a soda tier list? I don't think so. I don't think we have. We're going to need to. Oh, my God. Look at it. Look at it, bro. I'm so hungry right now. Damn. Pulled pork. Love it. Absolutely love it. I'm insanely hungry. Me too. You can't hear my stomach, but it's growling. Look, we got Matt. Look at the sound. Look at the BLT. Not like Matt's presentation too is just impeccable. The plate is nice. Like, what are we looking at? Food. Boston Market better be good later. Matt is a sandwich god. I'm saying. This is making me super excited for my low-carb shepherd's pie. Not. Oh. And you got the drippings right there. Look at that. Look at it. Oh. Look at it. These plates, man. These plates. I can see that there's more Discord messages coming through, too. Low carb though, Phyllis. Look at it. We got the boil. Matt's Subways are probably goats. I love shepherd's pie. I'll take a no carb. The burger. Look at it. His presentation's just so good. Ooh. Look at it. Look at it. Next round. I see more coming through. Close other tabs. Wait, no. What else was coming through? Nothing else came through. My fault. I thought I saw him loading. So while we wait, I gotta just look at this again. This and this. Let's put these side by side. I can send more? Do. Please do. Jesus Christ, Matt. Jesus. These are good. Hello? There it is. Top. This can go here. That's all we need. Just look at these. Look at these. For fuck's sake, I just hit the mic for talk to text and the video won't play. Lost 135 pounds in September, if anyone's confused. I've been through trauma from my eating disorder. Oh. Beck, are you okay from earlier? From those wild kids? I'm glad that you went through treatment for an eating disorder. Like, you went through treatment. Are you doing better? I hope so. Much love, as always. W. Beck. I'm saying W. Beck. Damn. Now it's been the biggest win, honestly. Congratulations, for real. I'll still run fades with those kids 100%. 100%. And no, I'm still shaking from earlier. I'm sorry that happened. And the parents, yeah. And the parents. We'll run fades on all of them. Trust me. What happened with the kids? What happened? Hold on. Throat's hurting. Hold on. Bad time to pause, but hold on. Say the word. So, I don't know what's going on in my throat. That was weird. Wait, I can't say the word. So Beck was attacked by kids at the school. Like, she got hit by a kid at school today. Kids are ass. The kids are terrible. I can't say the word. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, burst my lip. Fucking kids. But we home now. Kids are some bitches for real? I'm saying. They are. How down south are you from Skratsx? What the fuck? I'm saying. Are you a teacher? She is a teacher. And I'm not gonna lie. So Beck streams on Sundays, right? Sorry, I'm loading other food pics. Beck streams on Sundays. And what is this? I'm sorry. Unglu ruined my... Legate ruined my whole flow and sent this, bruh. What is this? Ew. Why did you send this, bro? Ew. What is this, bro? Why did he send this? Ew. Ew. Why did he send this, bro? Looks like Heinz spaghetti, but in a micro dish. Is that Vegemite? Seen something like Legate would do. I'm saying, bro. Ew. Okay, back to the good stuff. But like I was saying, so Beck is a teacher. She's an English teacher, right? And on Sundays, she streams and she talks about literature and poetry and things like that. And I'm not going to lie when I say this. I was an English kid, so I am biased. I loved English in school. But when Beck talks about literature, she gets excited and conveys it to a point in which you feel excited about the literature. It's one of the coolest things like I've seen. I'm not going to lie to you. It is one of the coolest things. I love the passion. That's what I'm saying. Like, her passion is almost infectious. You know what I'm saying? It legitimately is. Like, I was in there last Sunday, and I was just like, damn, I've got to read. What is Legate posting in my... Oh, my God, he's ruining it, bro. Hold on. It's the passion. That's why Beck is the best teacher. I'm saying. I'm opening all the good ones, but then I got to show you what Legate's doing in this Discord. He's posting atrocities, bro. So I teach 11 to 19 age-wise. Yeah, Legate's coming through here just posting straight horrific stuff. Block Legate right now. Get some more pics from Pasta Man. So I'm pulling up his, and I'll show you what Legate's been doing. Let me open a new browser for his. Like, watch. I'll show you. Because and the thing is, it's mixed in between Smacks and Matt. 100% block. Watch this. Like, ew. Ew. Like he's still posting them. I see them. Like, look at this. Ew. Look at it. So you can try overlays, immersive reader, audio fonts, checking, sprints. Hit me up if you legit want to talk about it. Okay. Where is he even finding these pics? I don't know. Look at him, bro. Ew. Ew. I'm back. Welcome back, Smacks. This is what Legate was posting in between you guys, bro. Ew. Ew. Stop, bro. Ew. What is that? Why? I'm saying. This is something British eat. Like there's armadillos and every... Ew, bro. Ew. Let me open my good one. Hold on. I have good stuff coming. Hold on. I'm finishing opening it. Phyllis, you eat that? Yuck, right? Okay, so here's the good stuff. We're back to the good. We got this. We looked at that. Look at these tacos, bro. We got the... Yes, Patty. Vibe killer. All that culture they stole and they still eat bananas and toast. We got the tacos. You know what I'm saying? Tacos are good. They look good. Look at it. You know what I'm saying? Love the jalapenos here too. Big fan of jalapenos. Beans on toast are fucking fire. I don't know. I've never had it. I've never had beans on toast. I can't speak to it. Beans and toast is ass. There we go. Look at it. They chef it up. I can't speak on tacos. I feel you. Chefing it up. Got the mac. You know. Okay. Interesting. I don't know. Growing up, I just never liked it. That's fair. Yo, is this brisket in here? Brisket with the sweet potatoes. Got the jalapeno. Matt is chefing it up. Yeah, you got pulled pork. Ooh. Pulled pork. You know what I'm saying? That looks good. Is that a sweet potato? Hell yeah. Yes, it is. This is how I know I follow Matt, because I saw this. I saw this on Twitter, so I know I follow him. Okay, we got the boil. We got the boil. Good. I love it. This looks good. I love this. Same I love Matt's food picks. They're good. Done. Okay. Good. Okay. I'm fucking with this. I thought you were in the States. How did you find the pulled pork? Was it sweeter? I was going to ask what state. No. Oh. Strange lives in Texas. Like, he lives south of me. He just lives by Mexico. Exactly like any Mexican food, anyone non-Mexican tries to make it, I just don't say anything. No, it's cheaper. Okay. Got the spaghetti. Nice salad there. Okay. Pizza with the salad. Like it. I'm liking it. Ooh. Look how good this right here looks incredible. This right here. Oh my God. My stomach's actually growling. Ooh. I like this too. I like it. Also, I just got to say, these plates are beautiful plates. Like, I'm noticing the plates too. These plates are beautiful. Same. I'm white, but if I go to a Mexican restaurant and it's white people, I'm leaving. My food makes your stomach growl, don't it? No. It does not make my stomach growl. No. I'm from the States, but I live 5 minutes from Mexico, so I can cross over a lot and eat there. What's up, y'all? I'm back. I had to get my Dr. Phil on and make sure my boy didn't get murked up. I'm like, go heal and delete all your socials. Yes. W mans for real. W mans. Now the flavor in the pulled pork to go on the sweet potato. I would too. Yes, much respect. Yeah, the marble plates, like they're just... Look up tater tot casserole. Okay, we got the mac. Is this smoked? Is this smoked that I'm seeing right here? Smoked mac and cheese? I think it is. Like, damn. It is smoked mac and cheese. Yeah, I'm just trolling. Brisket is definitely the right choice, but pulled pork is less bold and a lot cheaper. Yo, that smoked mac and cheese, bruh. Yo. Smoked mac and cheese, I'm telling you. Yo. This right here. This right here. Smoked mac and cheese is a W, I'm saying. This right here looks good as hell. My stomach's legitimately growling. Wait, I have one more? Okay. Look at these fucking ribs. What do I have to do to get some of this food? I'll give it kidney. Those are Checkers fries. These are? They look good. You can buy them frozen and do them yourself. Ooh. These ribs right here. I'm fucking with them. I'm fucking with these ribs. I like pig butts and I cannot lie. Is that a Coke Zero? It is. Coke Zero's good. I fuck with it. Oh, those are Arby's fries. Ah, okay. I thought they were Jack in the Box fries. They do kind of look like it. Cook it. I'm cool with the Coke Zero there. Good choice. Now I'm hungry. I gotta eat. Same. Yo. Look at this. Oh my God. Oh my God. Don't act like you can chef it up. I believe Phyllis is a chef. Like if she was like, yeah, I cooked the fuck out of some food. I believe it 100%. Burnt ends? Yes. Yeah. Oh my God. Look at it. Look how good this looks. Pork belly burnt ends. Also, a huge shout out to Pasta Matt on those. I called him for a seasoning issue on the glaze. I just love barbecue. Same. At this point, food is like, I love burnt ends, bro. I love them. Let me see. I'm skipping Legate's food. I'm not even pulling it up anymore. I'm not even pulling it up. Papa Scrat, you can't just have that one on the screen when I join. I'm sorry. I'm skipping Legate's food in here. I'm not looking at it anymore. It makes my stomach hurt. This man has a picture of a chili dog with Fruity Pebbles on it, bro. Yes, continue the beautiful foods. Yeah, we're not, like, there's a banana wrapped in ham with cheese on it. Ew. I don't want to look at it. Ew. Let me go back. Okay, so this is where we left off. Quesadilla. You know what I'm saying? Love the salad, the carrots. Dog Central in Michigan has the best dogs. Okay. His presentation is so nice, too. So nice. What's in these? What's in it? Matt, what's in it? I gotta know. This looks good. What's in this? The presentation, it looks hell healthy. It is. I know it is. Homemade pizza roll. Whoa. Only 125 calories? Damn. Homemade pizza. Damn. Yo. Anytime you cook something, like, put that in the food Discord. I gotta see. Damn. That looks so good. Wait, each other, the whole thing. I could smack 50. I'm horny for those. These look so good. I'll give both kidneys. Yo. Homemade pizza rolls. I'll kill someone for all these foods. These are incredible. And again, this plate is one of the nicest plates. All of them are 125. This whole serving right here is 125 calories. Damn. Yo. That's legendary. That's legendary. Look how good these look. The plate is nice. So is the counter. The counter is nice. Look at those. Look at those. This makes me want to pull up my food photos. I haven't taken a food photo in forever, though. And it's like double the size of a frozen pizza roll. Oh, my God. Do I still have photos I've taken for my mom? Hold on. I haven't done it in a while, though. I'll be honest with you. It's been a minute. We don't get pizza rolls here. You need pizza rolls. Pizza rolls, I love them. I just went from 6 to midnight. I'm saying, like, God. While I'm looking, let me pull this over here. While I'm looking, we'll pull up. I'm gonna leave the pizza rolls. Actually, the pizza rolls look good, but I'm not gonna lie. I gotta keep looking at, where is it? There's so many to choose from.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang! Bang!
I almost posted an image of dog meat, then thought that was too far. Yeah, that was too far about the other ones. Oh, man. I'm hungry. I'm hungry as hell now. I mean, mine are all keto, so might as well be. Let's see. Is this one? Oh, it is. Hold on. Let me go back. This list, I'm so hungry now. Dude, we still looking at food? Yes. Look at these burnt ends, doc. Oh my God. Yo, there's a rumor going around for years that taco meat here is dog meat. We all say that's the best dog meat ever. Hey, I'm alive. Welcome in, Cass. Welcome in. You know? These are good. Honestly, they look good. I prefer burnt ends way more charred. I can feel that. I feel that. No, I don't have them. I don't have them up. I'll have to look later. Like way more. I feel that. What else do we have? Quesadilla. The chicken. These pizza rolls, I need them. That looks good. What else do we have? This boil. You know we got the boil up. The tacos. I love them. This looks good. I gotta try this. This boil. Let me see if there's more. I gotta go buy. Yeah, Lacate's just wilding out in here, bro. All right, Chad, I gotta get ready for work. I'll see y'all tomorrow, same time. Love you, Skratsx. Bye, guys. Yo, we love you. My girl's family likes to say there is one doc rating because they think I'm picky. I just like to think I like to comment on what can make food better. I think that's good. I think that's a good. Yeah, Lacate's just wilding out in here. I'm not gonna lie. I need a purge. Whoa, Beck's food looks good too. Hold on. Sorry, Beck. I'm waiting through Legate's posts. Hold on. I'm looking. It's just I'm waiting through Legate's. I'm waiting through his whatever. I don't even know what to call it. You know. I don't know what to call what I'm looking at with Legate's stuff. Yeah, that about sums up what I'm looking at. That about sums up what I'm looking at right now. Hold on.
Hey, yo.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah. This man posted like a banana wrapped in what looked like ham with cheese on it. I can't do it, bro. Did you finish Bean Man's emote? So we voted. We had a chat vote, right? Because I showed them. Am I full screen? Yeah. I'll show you what we looked at for beans. Let me pull those up. This one and this one. So I had chat vote between these. Right? Yeah, trash smoothie can't be trusted. And Bean Man said, dude, top. That's what I thought. But chat voted for 2. Chat voted for the second one. Bean Man said he likes either one. It's so plain. I love this one. This one's just funnier to me. Bean Man only one to be trusted. So Bean Man said either one is fine. He said either one is fine. Oh, let me unpin this. There we go. It's supposed to be funny. Yeah, I love the first one. You know what? Let's do it again. One more vote. The top one is too much better. I think okay, which one? Top, bottom. There we go. Which one? Bro, the first one is Chick-fil-A and the second one's fucking Pizza Hut. I like the top one. Top one's better, right? I thought the top one was better. Way better. It's funnier in my opinion, you know? It's hilarious. When Bean Man comes through and redeems his, just think about it. All of a sudden, this gets spammed. This right here. Second one is bland and shit. You see what I'm saying? This one. Yeah, top wins. Okay, we're good. Top one is funnier. Second one is more bean-like. Yeah. I think top took it. Okay. We're good now. So, the top is just funnier to me. You know? So, the top one it is. Hello? There we go. I think that's funnier. That one is just, I like that. Okay. Where was I looking? Food pics. I got it. I open those. Top reminds me of Mac Miller. Kind of. Smax makes his own charcuterie boards too. Hold on. I'm going through. The pasta. Bottom reminds me of Giga Chad. Let's see. Boom. Mac. I'm an infection in the food section. Yeah, you are. Show us the charcuterie boards. I got you. I have to bypass whatever Legate's doing through here, bro. I'm waiting. I'm looking at stuff that I don't want you guys to see. See, this is what I mean. Y'all's votes can't be trusted based off those picks. Let's see the charcuterie board. I got you. Hold on. I'm almost there. I'm just waiting through Legate's. I don't know what. You can't even call those food. He knows what he's doing. You see the bull yet? Did you recently? I've seen it. I'm not showing chat, though. Yes, I have. I've seen it. Trust Pasta Mad Night. Yes. Yes.
Oh my guys are ballers.
Yes.
Oh my.
I'm not gonna lie. I'd eat this 100%. Beck, I love it. Healthy food's good too. You know what I'm saying? I like this pick. Is this chicken? I'm good with it. You know? He posting real food porn. Yeah, I'd eat it too. Yeah, I would. You know what I'm saying? I would. Here's the charcuterie. Feed me, Daddy Skratsx. Look at this. Me, I do. Yeah, the side salad. I get it. You know? Let me expand this a little bit. I can't have a side of anything else. Look at this charcuterie board. That board, this is a nice ass charcuterie. These are some big ass olives. I'd make sweet love to most of these foods. I want that board. This is Smax. Look at this. Damn. Look at these wings. Pitas. What is this? Are these pizza? Send me food? Did I send my charcuterie board? I don't think you did. I don't think so. Let me see. Matt. No, Smack sent his. Pinwheel. One piece of glizzy and some cheese. That's all I need. I need the charcuterie board. Yo. We're doing this all day? Yeah, we're just chatting today. Let's be real. We're chatters. Pinwheels are so good. So if you didn't eat before stream, I'm sorry. Look at the homemade pasta. Sour Patch Kids, I see you right there. Fast food tier list in this. 4 hours of food, I'm down. Yeah, that's exactly what we did. I don't know what to eat. Me neither, Phyllis. I'm not going to lie to you. Nothing compares to this. The homemade pasta, I know that's gas. I know that's gas. All I need is my Fruity Pebbles hot dog and I'm happy. Ugh. Ew, Licate. What was the tier list? I'll show you. Let me pull up the tier list. Where did I put it? It's in one of these windows. I have too many windows open. Hold on. I got you on a hot dog setup. It's called Kicker. It's a glizzy and a corn tortilla with cheese jalapeno. Deep fried, served with sour cream and pico. Yo. Oh my God. This isn't it. I have too many windows open. Hold on. I'm looking for it. Those are the emotes. That's the group. Did I close it? No, it's right here. This is the fast food one. So let me move this over real quick and pull back up what I was looking at. And the tier list will be here. Here it is. Here is the tier list. If Popeyes isn't S, I'm gonna fight. Get ready, Cass. Save yourself. Save yourself, Cass. Here's the tier list. Get a look. Popeyes made A, and I'm pissed off again. I'm sorry. Here's the tier list, but let's go back to let's get back to where we were. It's pasta. Look at this, bro. I'm okay with it? Okay. Good. Look, bro. Look at it. The bread. That's good bread. Sourdough? That's lobster egg Benedict? Is this sourdough? Did I get that right? That can't beat my worm-infested mango. Stop! Ew. Top down. Like, Matt's presentation is just out of this world, bro. Look at that. Yo, is this what is that thing called? What is that? Homemade sourdough? That's what I was thinking. What is this called again? It's like pizza. It has a pizza filling in, right? Calzone. That's what it is. That last pick, weak presentation. Come on. What? Calzones. I love calzones. Yo. Oh my God. Yo, look at the shredders. This is how you know you're a real shredder right here. Look at this. Look at the shredders. Now that looks good. Look at. Oh my God. Anyone else just absolutely starving right now? Bacon? Did you make your own bacon? Like this is about bacon that's about to be made? Or you need to come to my family pig roast, homie? Please. I'm down. 120 pig last summer? Homemade peach cayenne bacon. What? Peach cayenne. This looks so. I know this bacon hits different. I know it does. Peach cayenne bacon. I know this hits different. And nor to eat. Ooh. Got the pinwheels. I actually fuck with these. I'm not gonna lie. Smokies? Smokies and bacon? Skratsx, just don't play any games. This is your channel. True. Yeah, we're not playing games today. Let's be real. We're a just chatting stream today. Oh. Look at this. Oh my God. Damn. Like 4 hour of food talks and votes. 16 of you. You know? Like we just chatting today. We don't even need games today. Petty, catch a mountain lion and smoke it. I haven't streamed in a hell of a minute and I want to do a tier list, but I need viewers for that. You got it. Me thinks I need to just chat. Yeah, just chatting is fun. It's funny because we talked about needing some streams where we just talk, and I like it. You know? I'll eat this llama or whatever this weird looking thing is. Fuck that llama up, bro. Fuck that llama up. Yo. Look how seasoned these are, too. I love just chatting. Same here. Just chatting chat is the best. I like it. Look at these fucking ribs. Look how seasoned they are, bro. That's Wagyu? Oh my God. Personally, I wouldn't do that to a llama. I want those. Same. I used to love gameplay, but I think I prefer just chatting. I like just chatting. I feel like most of what I do anyway, let's be real. The game is kind of like background ambiance. You know what I'm saying? There's times where I'm locked. Keep going, there's more. Bet. Why is there Steve Harvey Shrek in here? This isn't even food. Shit, I wish I had more chatters. This isn't even food. What is this? Why is this in here? What is this? My favorite streams I've had are just chatting. I love them. You know? Like, why is that in here? Ew. Why is that in here, bro? Shrek Harvey. Yo. Oh, Matt charcuterie board is nice, too. Hold on. There's that. Oh, Skratsx gave us a video. Hold on. Hold on. I'll watch that in a second. The charcuterie. I feel like I don't get many chatters, unfortunately. A lot of lurkers. Yeah. I feel like we have a good mix over here. It kind of depends on what we're doing. I've realized. Depending on this charcuterie board is good. Are these Ritz? Ritz. Good. Good choice. I get lurkers too. I love the lurkers. I feel like we have a good mix, you know? People come in and come out. The good grapes too. I fuck with those. And he throws the plate in there with nothing on it, you know? That's how you know he's like, load up. Ooh, what is this? Okay. Got the candle too. Not saying lurkers are bad, but hype chat is just bad. I agree. I know this is good. Red grapes, like those are my favorite grapes. They'll come. It just takes one person to start chatting, then others start to open up. At least that's how it worked for me. Yeah, sexy ass grapes too. I'm saying, right? These are the best kind of grapes. Got the good wine too. Yep. Like seeing all these mix of personalities, even your shit votes, top tier. I love it. I like when Petty's in my chat. And we didn't even have Snow here. Snow's in Miami with some wisdom tooth pain. Snow went to Miami for spring break and hurt his wisdom teeth, so he can't do shit. You know? So, oh man, good charcuterie board. And then we have. Let me look at this video. Not Snow and Petty, both wisdom toothless, right, bro? Yes. How bitch? I still got mine. I'm older. Dude, yes. Coppola wine, Francis Ford Coppola. Yo. Want to see another top tier place? Yes, please. Look at this video. Are you ready for this? Smack sent this. Let's turn this volume up. Look at this. Look at that, bro. Look. Oh my God. We talking trash about Coppola? I was watching ads. No, we weren't. We were saying you got the good wine. Snow got his pull too? Not yet. That sounds giggity. I'm saying. Okay, BTs. We weren't talking trash about the wine. We said you got the good wine. The good wine. Let me pull it up. BTs, Smokehouse, Sturbridge, Virginia. Ooh. BT's is the last place that has brisket and Reuben. Look at this. Look at it. Not Virginia? Am I in the one in Virginia? No, this is in Massachusetts. Okay, got it. I want that damn wine. Damn stream bin froze. I'm sorry. Look at it, bro. Massachusetts, my home state. There we go. Cass is by it. Look at it, bro. Oh, I'm not signed into Instagram. I can't look at it close. But look. Load more. Give me more. Give me more. Yo. Bro, this place some of the best barbecue ever. This right here. Fuck this up. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Damn. Yep, so does Cass. Cass does too. It's BYOB too? Perfect. This looks good too. Right down the road from Treehouse Brewery. Yo. Notice we are present and open because we are closed. I like that. Chicopee. Damn, that looks good. That looks good. I like that. I like that. Yeah, Legate's just kind of posting anything, bro. He's just kind of posting anything. Is it not Chicopee? This isn't even food, Legate. You're just posting girls with big noses. What is that? Bear Smokehouse in Connecticut's amazing too? Okay, I gotta look. I'm gonna have to purge my food Discord after a little bit. I'm gonna have to purge it. Oh, my man is sick. I'm saying. Look at that. Legate's lost without gameplay. He's just memeing in the food part. That's literally what he's doing right now. Diablo 4 is fun. I gotta play it. This looks good. This looks good. I'm scared to even go in Discord. I'll scroll. I'll scroll for you. Ooh, enchiladas. Enchiladas or taquitos? Enchiladas. Right? Either way. Fucking them up. Fucking them up. So good. Watch here. You want to see? Enchiladas. I love them. I'm going to show you what Legate's been doing. No, don't scroll. It's terrible. Yeah, Smacks can see. It's horrible, bro. I gotta purge it. I've got to purge it. He's just memeing in here. Some of it's not even food. This man just posted Steve Harvey. Like, it's not even food. Like, this is what he's posting. You look like you threw up a little in your mouth. I did, bro. That's a snack. What you talking about? This is what he's posting. It's bad. Steve Harvey's a snack. Okay, but ew. Oh, we're gonna have to purge, bro. I'm purging. You know what I got to say? Yes. What? Oh. Get him out. You okay, bud? Look at its glory before you purge. Oh, I've been looking. I've seen them all. I have seen them all. You know what I'm saying? I've seen them all. I wish I could just, like, mass do it. You know what I'm saying? It's been banned for some wild shit. I've seen them all. You know, I appreciate the memes, but I can't ruin the glory of my food Discord. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is this? What is this? Right? I seen them too. Like, what is this? This isn't even food. Yeah, Apocalypse has seen it too. So we, like, bad. I was hungry. He's sending real life Elden Ring villains. I haven't broken a rule. I cannot be convicted of a crime. Like, what is this? Beans in a Band-Aid box. Like, bro, what in the heck? I'm going to need y'all to fill out a petition against Legate. Like, look at this. This is food, but what the fuck? No, man, you gotta answer for those. Look at it. Ew. What is this? Bro. Ew. That's actually funny, though. It is. He cooking? Yo, what up, Snow? Don't you disrespect an ice cream sandwich like that. That was my breakfast. What up, Snow? What up? What up? How you feeling? How you feeling? Ugh. This man posted a Snicker and a pickle called Snickles. What is like my wisdom toothless brother? Where's our man? There he is. There he is. Snickles. Yeah, Snickles. Look at it. That's gotta be racist. Look at it. Snickles. We need you to give the hammer to Legate. He's wilding out here like worse than you. Look at that. Monday they take him? That shit racist as fuck. Ugh. Ugh. I'm just going through, just getting rid of them. We're purging. We gotta purge. The Steve Harvey Shrek is actually funny, though. I'm not gonna lie. That was funny. I can't even be mad at that. That's funny. Use me as a ban button. That was actually funny. Ooh. Okay, we're getting there. It's starting to look clean again. Okay, here's the strawberries. Bang! I don't know what's happening, but I'm back. So we were looking at food, right, Sora? And then Legate comes through and starts posting stuff like this. You know? Just finished my psychiatrist appointment. Fuck him, not gonna lie. I be hitting that shit faster than White on right. Like, what is this? Next noti is everyone leaving the server. I'm purging it. They're taking out 4. Damn. Damn. He just posted it again and again. And again. Like, chill. 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 Petty had 3. Yo, Snow, like as soon as you get them done, make a video of what random, have someone video the random shit you say. This is censorship. It's not food. It's not food. I had one taken out years ago, though. It's not food. It's not food, bro. It's not. I feel bad for you, wisdom toothless folks. Yeah, I still got mine. I told them I don't need to be put to sleep. Yeah, you're different. You're different, Snow. You're different, bro. The toilet one is food. No. No. That's not food. I refuse to say that's food. Yeah, you gotta you go to sleep. Trust me. More room in the mouth now, Snow. True. Yeah, let them put you to sleep, bro. Don't just... They said I get needles in my gums to numb it. Yeah, go to sleep, bro. Go to sleep. I'm telling you. Don't stay awake for that. Don't stay awake. Just, wake up when it's done. I had the one pulled while I was awake. It scarred me. Yeah, bro. Like, go to sleep. Go to sleep. Trust me. I haven't even had it, but I know I'd go to sleep. Bro, the second they put you to sleep, you wake up in an alternate reality. It's awesome. I woke up the dog. Nah, bro, take the blue pill and pass out. I'm saying. Let them put you under so they'll fondle your balls. It's not just regular teeth. I went to a whole oral surgeon. Jesus. Jesus. I don't know what they would do to me sleepless, to my sleepless body. You'd care? You nasty bastard. That's a good point. Plus, let's be real. If they're doing mouth surge on you anyway, they can do what they want. You're not stopping them. No, just don't wear underwear. Yeah, that's the point. Like, just go to sleep, bro. Yeah, I had to call an oral surgeon. Yeah, just go to sleep. Just go to sleep, bro. You know what I'm saying? You're done. I'm not wearing pants either. What I walk in on? Yo, what's up, Dragon? How are you? How's it going? What a time! What a time to make your entrance. You know, welcome. Yo, Skratsx, how's it going? Pretty good. How are you? Before you sleep, comfort your stomach with the images I've sent. Yeah, don't. It'll make it worse. You'll have weird dreams. Find a Viagra to pop before they knock you out. You do have good timing, Dragon. So what we were doing before was we were looking at food. You know, food that's been posted in the food Discord. So we were looking at that. You know, I got to slide, but I hope you all have a great night. You too, Matt. Thank you for the food pics. I love them. Keep sending them once I get it like cleaned out. I promise it'll be good. Oh my God, that looks so good. I'm saying we have some amazing ones that we've seen. You know, some amazing ones. I can't see everything. Let me see. Did I miss anything? No. I mean, possibly. Oh, I was looking. I was like, did Petty say bye? I didn't see it. I was looking. See you. Thanks. I will gladly accept the honor of posting the amazing ones. No. No. Thanks for stopping in. Yo, you know what? Big shout out.
That's just going to go there. Matt. Right.
And his glorious beard.
But hopefully my homies are going to stay in Warzone, Modern Warfare, and Played Up. No. That'd be the vibe. In fact, I want to see this.
Also has a glorious beard.
Can we become the biggest Played Up streamer? Yo, wait, let's on kick right now. What the?
Take that fucking fall. I'm saying, spring break was the worst week of my life. Never going again. Wait. That clip was hilarious. That clip was so good. He's like, biggest Played Up streamer? Wait a minute. Oh, man. I couldn't even eat half this trip. Damn. That's tough, Snow. That was a god tier clip, Matt. That was great. Oh, that was funny. That is a glorious beard? Yeah. Matt has a glorious beard. Just glorious. It's fantastic. I think I follow him on Twitter. I just got to make sure. It's going to bug me if I don't. Glorious. I do. I follow him. Did you get hurt? No, but I didn't get to spread it neither. There's his emotes. Thank you. I love those. The hype one's so good. Dude, Snow is fucking indestructible. He is, bro. He is. Worst spring break ever. Yeah, that sounds terrible, bro. You could have been here just chilling. You know? Wisdom Tooth could have hurt either way. You know what I'm saying? They could have hurt either way. Snow is a cockroach that survives nuclear fallout. Still saying nasty shit. Oh, man. Oh, man. Or the better one, where is it? I got to use it. Where is it? This one. There it is. Snow don't catch STDs. They catch a case of snow. Cock throat, not cockroach, you silly dog. You know, if Snow had it, you know we have to take him to that Japanese festival to go pray it away that we saw earlier this week. You know. STD's gonna be in the clinic. Like, help me, he's here. Oh man, it's so funny too. You were in Miami and just didn't get to do shit, huh? That's tough. That's tough, Snow. That's tough. Did you stay in or did you at least party and shit? Did you at least get to party? You know, I hope you did. My friends didn't care I was dying. I wanted to rumble when I feel better. You got to. You got to get your get back. Doc be like, it's too late. He's already got you. W friends. Yeah. They're like, we're here in Miami. We got to do what we want to do anyway. So get with it or, you know. Like, get rid of it. Got to, you know. You gotta get your get back. I partied Friday when we got here, but after that, I was out of the game. At least you got one day. Sorry you're out. I'll get some extra goose for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, at least you got to party one day, you know? My girl's from Miami, and she still ain't ready for the winter New England gets. No, I don't think I'd have. I lived in Pennsylvania for 1 year. And then I lived in New York for a year. I will never be used to that. I'll never be used to that. Your guys' winters are different. You know? Living here in the South, I'm here for the heat. I hate the heat, but that's what I'm used to. I'll never get used to you guys' storms. She still believes the weatherman a week away. Like, oh, man. I'm like, calm down. We'll check the day before. I feel her. I'd be paranoid. I'd check, too. I'd be like, we got to get ready. We have to get ready. You know? Just in case. That snow's got to be crazy. The snow, the cold, all that. That's got to be crazy. You know? I'd feel the same way. 100%. Let me see. Okay. Yo. Okay. Bro, I'm so excited to set up my second camera. I can't wait to see the whole setup, Doc. Like, I'm not even gonna lie to you. I can't wait. It's gonna be so cool. It's so cool to see how your stream's growing and everything, too. I'm not gonna lie. I've been enjoying it. I've been, like, really enjoying it. I'm serious. The vibes, the gameplay, it's all cool. Like, I want to just pop in the background and just fight the fuck that kills me. Yeah. That'll be great. Start jumping on his name and shit. I cannot wait to see what happens with the second one. The dentist had me bricked up, but it's so tiny they ain't see nothing. Oh, man. Okay. So, I know who we are rating today. Okay? Doc got so much energy stream. I'm saying, I love it. I know exactly who we're rating today. I'm just waiting for his stream to load. Hopefully he's still on. Doc streams are so fun. Shouldn't use your mouth, numb my teeth. I fucking need you in there more, you bastard. Yeah, when are you back now? Are you done with spring break? There's someone who can give you competition. Is this loading? Let me see if he's on. His name is Wiener Wizard. What a username. Oh my god. Wiener Wizard. That's great. That's so funny. Wiener Wizard. Snow has to take him on. His whole vibe is the Wiener Kingdom. That's crazy. What? Oh, that's actually funny. That's funny as hell. Okay. Is this just not working for me? Let me see. Snow's got to take him on. Bro, the shit he was saying in my chat last night had me dying. God. Wiener Wizards can't compete with the meat mages. That's what we need. Why is this not loading? Do it auto. See, like, that's what needs to happen. That's what we need. Meat mages. I want an epic battle. That's exactly what I want. Let me see if it's actually working before I raid him. We need a battle. You know? BRB? Alright. What about the Schlong sorcerers? Yeah, what about those? I gotta know. What about those? Like, if you guys aren't teleporting around like DBZ, I don't want it. That's exactly. We need like power-ups, all of that. Plot twists, whole fights. You know? We need it all. Bring the entire fight. The entire fight, you know? I need it all. Up. His stream's not working, so we can't. I was gonna raid Cursed, but Cursed stream's not working. We don't speak to them. Okay. Who are we raiding? We're not leaving until one of us is pregnant. Oh my god. You guys are so funny, bro. If y'all like League, I can give y'all a rec. Okay. I'm down. I'm down. Gotta spread the love. I was gonna do Cursed, but Cursed raid? Is Cursed stream up for you? It's not, because I was trying to raid Cursed, but look, all I'm getting is this. It's just like loading. Yeetopotamus. Okay. Smacks, are you in there? Like, is this stream working? Because I would love to raid Cursed. If I can raid Cursed, I will. But it's not working. You know? Because I'll raid Cursed right now. Let me put up Yeetopotamus. Let me pull him up. Cursed is even showing online for me? Let me refresh. Just loading for me too? Yeah. That's the only reason why I didn't. Because it's not working. Okay. We will raid Yeetopotamus. Let me pull his up. Or hers up. Let me see. I'm in an ad. Hold on. Just loading for me. Atlantia? Altinia. Let me see. He's not online for me either? Yeah, it probably crashed. It's a guy. Okay. So we got him. Let's see. Let me pull up these other ones. Mute the tab. Twitch. Boom, boom, boom. Got that. I'm in another ad. Hold on. Very good dude. Okay. I like having like a list of people to raid too. Yeah, same here, says live, but is loading for Cursed. Yeah, that's exactly what's happened to me. Because I saw him live and I was like, oh, I'm raiding Cursed. Let's see what we got. Okay, AFK. Still in the Diablo one. I got to get to the dentist to forward my x-rays to the oral surgeon before Monday morning. He just walked away real quick. Okay. 56. 10. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so we have three options. We got Yeetopotamus, AFK. He's going to be back. We have Altinia playing some Warzone. I kind of want to hype up Altinia. And then, how do you say it? S6HHM. This stuff is hard. My mom thick ass should be here with me. Yeet back. Okay. Up to y'all. Who do you think? Okay. Here's what I'll do. I'm going to raid Yeet tomorrow. Let me write a name. Let me follow him. I'm following. Yo, what's up, Patty? What's up? I love the emote. I love the emoji. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's so nice of you. Thank you. So I'll raid Yeet tomorrow. I say we raid Altinia. Patty, what's up, Patty? Miss you so much, Skratsx. Yeah, get home, Snow. Get home. I've talked about you like the last 3 streams, bro. Like, come home. Come home, Snow. Alt is a homie to Matt and I. Okay. Snow is feeling right now. Thank you. What you up today? We did, here, I'll show you exactly what we did today. Where is it? We did a tier list. Yeah, like we've been asking where's Snow. You know? We did a tier, I'm sorry. And then we looked through food. That's all we did. We did food talk today. It was a beautiful stream. Gonna give Smax PTSD. Yeah, every time Smax goes, no! And then I'm like, okay, back to the regular food. Leave me in here. I'm starving. I'm sorry. Me too. Wawa C tier, fuck y'all. It's just it's a gas station. And we don't have it where I am. Patty, do you stream? Do you? All that food and I ate a Pop-Tart for lunch. You do. Perfect. I gotta see.
Need to come in here and activate the rift. Did you already do that?
Gotta see what your clip is.
Yet.
I haven't, I don't think, no. Oh, yeah, I did that one.
I put it as C. Okay. I don't think anyone else had it. Yeah, no one else had been there.
I'm coming down here and get this.
Patty's great.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm following Patty right now. Watch, you can see it on stream. Wait for it.
Oh, and I'm full on gold.
Tap.
Fuck.
Follow.
Dude, I can't even get in there.
There we go. I got you.
You gotta go down in the middle.
The follow.
In the middle.
Take that fucking follow, I'm saying. Okay. Working on a music video? Yo. That is cool. That's cool. What kind of music do you do? Don't leave? I have to, bro. I have work to do. Oh, none? What kind of music video are you making? I have to, Snow. I have work to do. I do editing. Oh! Don't leave us. I have to. For my vid channel? That's actually cool. I'm sorry.
Ass and she jumped. I was being fair. I didn't
Editing,
say,
huh?
yo, Kate,
Like, we
you
love
lying,
editors.
bitch. I don't believe.
We love editors. Patty's a graphic designer? That's cool. I've had a little Pete. All my guys are ballers. I see it coming.
All my guys are ballers.
There it is.
All my guys
there.
are ballers. Oh my.
I love it. The fuck, Patty? I was going to do that one. Patty and Patty, don't double team me. A great streamer, Porkerol, did a song for my stream. I'm making a video for it now. You know who made a song for my channel that I need to use more? Darko. It can be confusing. Oh, we're good. I can see, as long as I can see it. The thing that helps is that Patty is capitalized and Petty isn't. And you're different colors. You know? Okay. I don't know why I always look at my window when that happens. Let's hear it, Skratsx. Okay, let me find it. Darko did one, and I need to use it more. God, I'm still. He's fucking. Where is it? He sent it to me. Where it at? Intro vibes on the internet. Here it is. Let me mute. I'll play it. I'll play it, and then we will rate out Snow Wildin'. This is me. That's cool. I gotta taste y'all so I can tell y'all apart. Okay, so this is the song Darko did for the channel. So this is it. While we're doing that, I'm looking at food. Let's look at the react. Look at the food. There we go.
Welcome to the stream. Leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah.
Very fair of you. Yes, you know what I'm saying?
We ain't gon' top till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah.
Yeah, that's Darko.
We ain't gon' stop.
Is that him singing? Yeah, it's Darko. You gotta use it? I do.
But you wanna block us if you act up.
That's Darko. W Darko for real.
If you act up, let's get it. Welcome to the stream. Leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub.
Love the lyrics, great voice. Darko's cool.
Don't be a scrub, ayy.
W Darko. I even know he made music. He does. He's on Spotify too.
We ain't gonna stop, nah, 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 nah.
He's on Spotify too.
We ain't gonna stop till we're number one. We're number one.
He
We're
did.
number one.
I have to make a TikTok about it too. I've just been late. He's on Apple too, I think. Yeah. He is. I think he just put out a new song.
Leave a comment, leave a follow.
It was a vibe, huge W. I actually love it.
Come show some love, eh? Don't be a
I love
scrub, eh? Nah, nah.
I think I'm gonna play it for the opener every day. You know?
We ain't gonna top till we're on top.
It's awesome. I think I'm gonna play it for the opener. That'll be like my daily thing before I pop.
We ain't gonna stop till we're
We'll have like the lo-fi into it.
number one. But you wanna fly this if you act up.
The whole reason I haven't played it yet is because he said he's making like a YouTube video, so I can just click it and play it. So I've been waiting.
Hey, yeah.
Think who does this? I want some music made. Darko. I'll show you. It's. You find him.
Enjoy the stream, cause you know where we at.
That was Darko. You know what I'm saying? Let me pull him up. I'll show you. He's not streaming right now. Yeah, that is my boy, Darko. It is. This is him. So he streams. He makes music too. That's Darko right there. If you don't follow him,
after another, like just right away.
It's my boy Darko, and he's on Spotify, Apple Music, all that good stuff.
Well, I'm not used to it going this fast. So
instead of using it for Twitch intro, upload a YouTube video before streaming on Twitch, and have it the intro outro of the YouTube video.
What is the name of the title?
Oh,
okay. So
the Mang did. Should I?
XXX. Yes.
How would I do that? Yo, Sora, message me that so I remember. Instead of using it for a Twitch intro, upload a YouTube video before streaming on Twitch and have it at the intro outro of the YouTube video. You can do both? Yeah, I probably could. Can also make an ending screen and use the sound. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking on Twitch. Yeah, so that'll be the ending stream too. DM you or put in suggestions. Either way. Skratsx, when you learn that, let me know, please. I definitely will. Should all match be bomb? I think that'd be good. I think that's a good way to do it. I like that. I gotta work on that. Yeah. Darko made that. Bomb branding. Yeah. I'm still working on all that. And then he has a new song out on Spotify. Okay. How to do the intro, outro? I think I have to link it to a video. I can probably put it in the video. So when you see, in the morning when you see, where is it? When you see this, it'll just be Darko's song playing underneath it. You know what I'm saying? So you'll see that, and you'll hear, where is it? You'll hear this. Like that. Right? Yeah. Look how Aaron's loving it, you know what I'm saying?
Come show some love, eh? Don't be a scrub, eh?
I'm trying to get Darko to play underneath me. Perfect.
We ain't gonna top till we're on top. We ain't gonna stop, nah. We ain't gonna stop till.
I like that. I think that's a good way to do it. I like that. Thanks for messaging me that, Sora. I appreciate you. Thank you. Okay. So, I'm going to work on that. We're going to get... Oh, the Giga Bean's already up already, since we voted on that. And we're going to raid out... We're going to raid Altinia. You know what I'm saying? We're going to raid Altinia. Let's play this as a lower bed. Let me pull it back up. Let me lower the volume. There we go. Oh, you trying to have a throat off? All right. Yo, thanks for chilling with me. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all a lot, for real. All right, I gotta go. I'll be back in. Yo, Patty, thanks for stopping through. I appreciate you. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for stopping through. I appreciate y'all. This was fun. I like having a just chatting stream every once in a while, you know? We don't have to worry about the game. We just sit and talk. Bye, Skratsx W stream. W people, thank you. Thank you so much. I love y'all for real. For real. I hope y'all have a great weekend. Great Saturday. Oh, today's Friday. Have a great Friday. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Same time, same place. We miss you too, Snow. Come home. Have a great rest of your Friday. I'll see y'all tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central-ish. You know how it is. I'll try to be like at 10, but we'll see. Y'all can train me. All right. I'll see y'all. We're going to raid Altinia.
Come show some love, don't be a scrub,